戦うということになります。そしてプレーオフポイントについてなんですが、3位には30ポイント、そして2位には60ポイント。
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Season 2 of the LJL. It's the League of Legends Japan League. My name is Reed Rapid Melton, and joining me for live Japanese to English translation tonight will be Cameron Shirakaisen, and I'm going to turn things over to him so that he can translate what our hosts tonight are saying, and next thing you hear will be him letting us know what's going on here with Season 2 of LJL.
Hey, thanks very much for having me. Right now, we're just doing the rule explanation for the season. It's the same as last season, where the top three teams after the round robin will advance to the playoffs, where and then number 2 and number 3 will play, and then the winner of that will play against number 1, and the winner of the final match will get 100 points. The second place will get 60 points, and third place will get 30 points, and those points help you advance to the Grand Championship at the end of the year. Now we're just thanking all the different sponsors for LJL, Intel, G-Tune, Logicool G, Iyama, Vibrica, and NVIDIA for supporting the tournament. And now we'll be back in a little bit. So I guess while we wait for it to come back, let's just talk for a little bit about how different the tournament's going to look this year, because all the teams have had serious roster changes. They've brought in coaches, and now one more team has gone full time, like Detonation Focus Me. They invested in a gaming house, the Seventh Heaven, who are now known as Immortal Seventh Heaven. They've brought in 2 Korean players. They've brought in a Korean coach. They live in a gaming house, and they're not the only team to have brought in Korean players as well. Ozone Rampage also brought in Korean players, and Detonation Focus Me also brought in a Korean jungler and a Korean support player who'd been living in Japan for the past couple years. So, and then the other teams who didn't bring in Korean players still had serious roster changes. So it's a completely different league this year than it was, or this split than it was last time.
All right, well, that's going to do it for a brief introduction. We're going to go through some intro videos, and then next time we come back at you, we'll be live with hopefully the beginnings of Season 2 of LJL. I do want to thank Cameron for offering his translation and a brief summary for us. If there are other translations needed, we'll go ahead and throw it back over to Cameron. So thank you very much for your translation, and I guess we'll see you a little bit later on.
Thanks, and can't wait to be back.
The difference between winning and losing isn't measured in meters or seconds anymore. Now it's micrometers and milliseconds. Every challenge is a call to play smarter, to push further, to be better. That's why we put every aspect of gaming under the microscope and obsess over every detail. If it doesn't exist, we build it. We test, we retest. With every breakthrough, we push gaming a step forward. And every step forward is an opportunity for a new breakthrough. We are Logitech G. Gaming is our passion. Winning is our pursuit. Science is our method.
人生という名前の街を僕はさまよっていた。未来、思い出、時間、そして今。くだらなくて美しい。この街は何だ？生きるってなんだ？ライフカード。
The difference between winning and losing isn't measured in meters or seconds anymore. Now it's micrometers and milliseconds. Every challenge is a call to play smarter, to push further, to be better. That's why we put every aspect of gaming under the microscope and obsess over every detail. If it doesn't exist, we build it. We test, we retest. With every breakthrough, we push gaming a step forward. And every step forward is an opportunity for a new breakthrough. We are Logitech G. Gaming is our passion. Winning is our pursuit. Science is our method.
「人生という名前の街を僕はさまよっていた。未来、思い出、時間、そして今。くだらなくて美しい。この街は何だ？生きるってなんだ？ライフカード。」
はい、皆さんこんにちは。こんにちは。というわけでね、いやー皆さんお待たせしました。改めまして LJL2015 シーズン2、実況を務めさせていただきます。
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to LJL Season 2. We're introducing our Japanese commentators, Eyes and Revel. Eyes on the left, Revel on the right. They'll be bringing the game to the Japanese audience in Japanese, but we'll be providing you with English coverage both through shoutcasting and translation. And I do want to welcome you back to Season 2. It's been a couple of months since the previous season, so I'm actually going to introduce both myself and my, I guess, co-translator. My name is Reed Rapid Melton, and I've been casting for about 5 years and did cast last season of LJL. It was a really exciting time to be a part of Japanese League of Legends. I'm excited to be back for Season 2. Joining me is Cameron Shirakaisen Gilbert, and he will be providing us live Japanese translation. So I'm going to turn things over to him so that he can let us know what the casters are talking about. And there, of course, you can see the live audience at Esports Square in Akihabara, Japan. It's an exciting time to be there, and it's an exciting time to be here. So I'm going to turn things over to Cameron and let him handle the translation.
Thank you very much. So right now they're just talking about how it's finally the league took a long break. It was the league finished actually before any of the other wild cards. So it's been a long time since these guys have had a chance to cast anything, and since then there's been a really big like upheaval in the scene. As I started to talk about before the commercial break, multiple teams brought in Korean players. Detonation Focus Me brought in a new Korean jungler and a new Korean support. Seventh Heaven, now Immortal Seventh Heaven, brought in a new Korean top laner soon and a new mid laner, Alvingo, and a new jungler soon. Sorry, and why am I blanking? The third team to bring in Korean players is Ozone Rampage, who brought in two players from Chunam Tech University, as well as a Korean coach from the same university. As well as Seventh Heaven has now moved into a gaming house, gone full time, and everybody's really putting a lot more energy into the scene this time. After the wild cards, they really realize this is here, this is real, and there's real stakes. And if we don't work hard and really try to level up our scene, we're just going to keep getting rolled over by scenes like Turkey and Brazil, who have really put in a lot of work and have made teams that are pretty close to being able to rival LCS teams. But this first match is going to be between two teams who did not bring in any Korean players, and two teams that are definitely the underdogs for the split in a really real way. Cruz Rascal Jester, they came in with a lot of expectations because they were actually the first team to get a gaming house. They received their sponsorship from Cruz, which is a Japanese internet company that makes mobile games, and they moved into a gaming house, but part of the condition was that they had to work part-time for Cruz, the company. And at the same time, their star captain, Alpamen, moved from mid lane, which he really shined on, to jungle to try to more effectively lead the team. But that didn't end up working out too well for them, and they really kind of struggled during the last season and had to fight just to keep their spot. But now Alpamen has moved back to mid for this split, and they've brought in a new jungler, Hiroki, and they're going up against Apex R Gaming, who were a team that came up through the Challenger tournament, and they had a hard time even getting through Salvage Javelin, who went 0-10 in the real seasons, or in the previous season. So these guys are definitely coming into the season. They're definitely going to have a difficult time if they want to avoid losses to these stronger teams who have really taken steps to level up their game. So I'm really excited to see how they're going to come out in this match against each other, and what it's going to look like when they get a chance to play against these Korean players.
Thank you very much, Cameron, and once again, do want to thank him for providing English translations of tonight's games. But for right now, we're actually going to be hopping into our first game, and like Cameron mentioned, or at least like the casters mentioned, this is actually going to be really, really exciting to watch. Just some new faces here. So for Cruz Rascal Jester, a team that faced relegation last season, thankfully, they were able to defend their LJL spot and make it all the way back into yet another season here in Season 2. Now, they have a new jungler, like Cameron mentioned, Hiroki. He'll be joining them, with Appamen moving back to the mid lane. That's the big thing to talk about for Rascal Jesters. How is Appamen going to do now that he's back in the mid lane? And Hiroki coming in as a new Japanese talent here. It's going to be interesting to see how he meshes, and we'll talk about them a little bit more. But over on Apex R Gaming, they're a very new team. They come out of the Japanese challenger scene. And if you guys have never heard of the Japanese challenger scene, that's because it's not not really something that's fully established. They're still trying to establish their pro scene, and with a team like Apex R Gaming able to dethrone it was Salvage Javelin last season. Now, unfortunately, Salvage Javelin had never won a game in LJL Season 1, and so it's somewhat not of a surprise to see them drop out, but now the burden is on Apex R Gaming to say, look, we are a new Japanese challenger team, we're coming here into the major leagues, and we can actually win games at this professional competitive level. So let's go ahead and talk about champion picks and bans now that we're a little bit through it. Went a little bit lengthy on my explanation, on my overview, but this is what we have going on here. Urgot, Azir, and Gragas banned out. Gragas because he's a very strong meta pick. Azir versus Utautai because that's primarily what you're going to see mid lane from him as far as the sustained magic damage meta goes. And an Urgot ban as well is something that you'll be seeing a lot, because if there's one thing that the Japanese League of Legends teams like to draft, it's 80 carries that are very strong and incredibly hard CC. So you'll look for champions that you wouldn't see in other metas would be like Lissandra. You might see a little bit of Lissandra play, but honestly, the meta's changed a lot over the course of the last 2 months between Season 1 and Season 2 of LJL. So I'm not really sure how well we'll see that mirrored here, because like I said, they do favor different strengths than other regions do. Currently, you're still seeing that very heavy CC lineup that you'd expect from Rascal Jester, and they might even opt to lock in a very strong AD carry here too in Kalista. And Kalista honestly is sort of the LJL AD carry. If it's up, you're gonna see it played almost regardless of other things. But now with things like Vayne maybe falling off just a little bit, and champions like maybe Ashe and Sivir definitely getting a lot more playtime, we'll see if those come in, as they do offer a lot of that huge AoE map mobility and from Sivir, and of course even more hard CC from an AD carry role in both Ashe and Kalista. So the lock-in here most likely coming in on Kalista, and that would make the most sense for RKP or Ricky P. He was one of the outstanding AD carries, and of course, among a lot of other outstanding AD carries. He did make his mark, but unfortunately, the synergy was just never there with Rascal Jester, and they had such a difficult time closing out games even when they did get advantages. That's what I want to look for. Now, Jinx, another big AD carry. You've got hyper carry potential, some crowd control there too, which is not something you always see, and the ability to hit those long-range snipes across the map. Something that Hiron impressed me with, but at the same time, I haven't really seen a whole lot of Hiron's gameplay with the rest of Apex R Gaming, so it'll be interesting to see what he decides to go for here. And Utautai, we talked about how we might see Azir from him. He's primarily looking to play a sustained magic damage dealing mid laner. And while Victor may be banned in other regions across the world, he is not banned in LJL. There were some minor bugs with some of his kit, I believe it was his HP bar. If you interacted with like spell shields, or if you came out of Fog of War weird, you wouldn't be able to see his health bar. But for right now, he is available. He's getting locked in, and that's Utautai playing the champion that helped Apex R get here to LJL. This season, kind of like a dream for Apex R. They were, for the longest time, just a group of friends who played League of Legends together. They were all like really into it. They were really passionate about it, and they got really good as a team. And then they were like, hey, we should decide to play in the LJL promotion tournament. They did it. They won their first few games, and they're like, whoa, we could actually do this. And they started to get together more of an organization around them. They brought in a North American analyst by the name of Ions, who you might recognize for being a high elo former pro player himself, as I believe in the support positions. So it's awesome to see them come together around this great opportunity that's been presented to them. And of course, back to picks and bans. The last two picks here for Rascal Jester will be a Cassiopeia and Nautilus getting locked in. All right, so the Nautilus lock-in is really, really cool here for Lilibelt, because Lilibelt's always been that guy that wants to, go for the hard engages, but unfortunately, with Rascal Jester having some struggles with team communication through the latter part of Season 1, every time he would try to do that, it it very rarely worked out for the team. And while he is an individual sort of like superstar playmaker kind of guy, when the rest of your team's not there to back you up, it doesn't quite work very well. So Lilia will be able to lock that in and get a nice combo down there in the bottom lane. But now here for Apex R Gaming, what's their combo going to be? They've already got a very strong lane, the Wife Steal lane with Lucian and Thresh all in the same place, but they've actually saved their jungle pick for last, and it's going to be an Evelynn. Oh my gosh, you can see the reaction from the Japanese commentators. They know something's up, and it's really cool to see Evelynn kind of starting to come back in the competitive scene. We've started to see it emerge through the European Challenger scene, which has primarily been the only League of Legends going on, and I believe it was actually even played once at MSI as a counter to Nunu, I believe. But it has been seeing a little bit more play, and especially with the ability that you're like, okay, well, I just need to force a fight. So you throw down Agony's Embrace, slows everybody up, and it still at the end of the day does percentage I believe, current HP damage. So if you actually have a huge tank and it gets hit by that, it will deal some damage, but primarily not the ability that you're looking for to deal damage. You're looking for Hate Spikes, which has gotten a lot more spammable now, and of course the mobility that you provide out on the map, not able to be scattered out by green wards. A lot of gank potential here for AI, and he's got CC to back him up, so he's got Twisted Advance and of course Gravity Field with a lot of CC from Thresh in the bottom lane. But what's going to be most interesting to me is just to see how every lane works out here for Apex R Gaming. While I've gotten a chance to see them play against ex-LJL teams like Rascal Jester, haven't actually gotten a chance to watch them play versus any of the other LJL teams. So for me and for everyone else watching, this will be their defining moment. And I really like to liken this moment to a tournament like LCK or OGN, if you still call it that. A new team called Anarchy actually just got promoted along with another one named Spenu. Anarchy specifically is actually really remarkable because they won their first professional game versus a relatively well-established LCK team. And so you start to think to yourself, wait, can they actually do this? Can a new challenger team come out and beat some of the best teams in their region? And that's kind of the same question we have to ask for Apex R Gaming, is can they elevate themselves from the challenger scene in a new developing region to play against some of the other best teams in that region? So a lot on the line as far as this season goes for them, reputation-wise, because they're feeling somewhat ignominious? That's not the word I was looking for. Infamous shoes in the previous spot owners, Salvage Javelin. Salvage Javelin was a team who came in with a lot of hype behind them. They had incredible branding. If you looked at their hype pictures, these guys were so charismatic. And even when they played, they went for huge plays all the time. A lot of times they were able to secure advantages, but it never paid off, but they never won a game in LJL. So as Apex R Gaming come into this season of LJL, they have to think to themselves, look, we are filling the spot of a team who never won a game in this tournament. So we're actually, there's a lot of pressure to actually win games, do well, perform as a challenger team. So much on these guys coming in as rising talents in LJL. To turn things back over to Cruz Rascal Jester, like Shurikaizen mentioned earlier, he actually said, look, Cruz, they were one of the first teams to get a gaming house, but unfortunately for them, it was actually a gaming office. And while it's still a great opportunity, when you have to both work a professional job and then sort of compete with your time versus playing League of Legends, sometimes it's a little bit too much stress to ask from a lot of players. And so this time around, we have a fresh start, a fresh season, a lot of new faces, and even a new team here in Apex R Gaming. And it's been really cool to interact with a lot of the Apex R Gaming players. They've come together as a team in a lot of big ways. They've got a cool organization around them, some nice analysis. And I was actually talking to their analyst earlier. His name is Ions, and he actually gave me a little bit of insight, but we'll go ahead and talk about that once we get into the game. Let's go over our starting matchups. In the top lane, it's Cog for Cruz Rascal Jester, and while he doesn't have a KDA this season, last season, he was actually one of the more standout top laners. And of course, moving on to the jungle. It's Hiroki, a new player here for Rascal Jester. He'll be facing off against the invisible AI. Maybe that's part of his cloaking device. We'll see a picture from him maybe later on. Mid lane, also invisible, Utautai. He'll be in the mid lane versus Oppamen. Moving from the jungle to mid lane, how's that going to work out? We'll get a chance to see in the AD carry role, Hiron. Hiroroki, he'll be versus RKP, or Ricky P, as he is supposed to be called. And of course, the big man everybody knows from Rascal Jester, Lilibelt. He'll be facing off against Lily. So Lily versus Lily, maybe an identical there's an identity crisis going on down there. Let's go ahead and get into game number 1, the first game of LJL Season 2. It's Rascal Jester taking on Apex R Gaming. As far as starts out there on the map, traditionally you'll see deep invades for equally deep wards. Not really looking to find picks or catches, just want that lane swap interaction. But now, oh man, Oppamen is a little bit too deep. Is forced to flash away as AI collapses with Utautai, and already a big advantage there for Apex R. They blow that flash of the mid laner. That's Oppamen, who won't be very mobile at all for another 5 minutes. He's basically kind of a sitting duck, or sitting snake, which, to be fair, is usually what snakes do. I'm not sure if that's a distinction. It's like, well, you have a snake that doesn't sit versus one that does. But I digress. No flash in the mid lane is actually a big deal. And of course, 3 deep wards on that lower side of the jungle will actually give Apex R Gaming an incredible amount of understanding about what's going on in the game. They know, hey, if they start bottom lane, we can time their jungle all the way up to top lane. And will they see Hiroki? Yes, they will. Okay, so he walks over a ward there into the enemy bush, and at least for the time being, he's in a decent spot as far as like his jungle. He's not being slowed down too much as the minions just now making it out there onto the map. But actually really cool, you're seeing Cog not up in the top lane. He followed Ayask into his jungle and stopped him from doing the Raptor camp at level 1. So that's actually really cool to deny him that ability to get further ahead and then teleport into lane. And actually might have killed him if he had come in a little bit later when he was kind of low HP. But Cog stops that extra experience and is just going to have a fair and square lane versus Ayask after forcing him back to that top lane. At least for right now, not too much action out there, but for the bottom lane, this is what's so important for so many LJL teams. I talked about LJL as an okay AI, very narrowly died to the Merc Wolves. Looks like he is actually alive, and healing up off that potion is going to decide to go for red buff. He will have smite up in time, so he'll get the heal from that. So AI dropping low in the jungle compared to Hiroroki, who is actually a little bit shaky early off of his jungle getting scouted out by a ward, but he's made up for that. Great jungle start for him, and AI is actually opting to go for the Raptor camp instead of red buff, which he could smite and take down, but I think he wants a longer duration on the red buff, so he actually does that on his second trip through the jungle, because he's fairly certain that he's not going to be counter-jungled by Sejuani. However, okay, yeah, he's not going to go too much deeper into the enemy jungle, and there's a ward to scout out for that protection. Killing off the Scuttle Crab here around the mid lane, but right on top of a ward. Hiroroki gonna go for the recall there, and I think they pinged that he was recalling, or maybe just to watch out. So Utautai knows that off onto his flank, there is a waiting Sejuani. Recalling right now. Red buff being done by AI. So here's Utautai. There's the flash, the knock-up, the engage from the slow. Utautai is still going to take a lot of damage. Is he going to be forced to flash? The red buff burning down, but no kill there. Utautai forced back to base instead of blowing his flash. We'll miss a lot of experience here at the turret, so I'm not sure if that was necessarily worth it. Maybe better to just blow the flash, soak up that XP, and then come back without your summoner spell. But as is, he's going to miss a wave and a half, but it won't go to waste. AI is there to soak up the rest of the experience. A little bit of a passive start to the game, although without its fair share of early action. I love the rankings up there on the screen. It's like, we have the 5th place team versus the 6th place team, even though no teams have actually played their games. Like, this could very well be the 1st and 2nd place team here, although I think that's a little bit of a heavy ask out of these guys. So, gotta watch out for AI. He knows that there's a potential pink ward and the tri-brush. I think I would have scouted that out, but Ricky P walking forward. Lily on a ward in the lower bush, but off of that jump in, they're just waiting for a gank, watching for a gank. And they have to know, Cruz has to know, Rascal Jester, something's up down there in the bottom half of the map. AI still unseen. But he's facing being scouted out here. He's trying to scout this counter gank, and maybe he's going to have the rest of Apex R bait for him. But, oh no, the AI has been scouted out. Hiroki sees him through the tri-brush, and is just going to push him back away. So all that time in the jungle just completely not used there by Apex. And now even AI is going to get hit up, caught out there. AI might be able to fight the 1v1, but Appaman's there right in time to catch him out. But now, whoa, forced the flash over the wall. The roam from Rascal Jester not communicated. But now top lane, Cog forced the flash away and narrowly survives. Soccer Ball was chasing him away. I don't think that's the way it's supposed to work. I think Soccer Ball is supposed to, like, be what you kick away from you. They need to add, like, a mechanic with the Soccer Ball skin where you can, like, kick Maokai's saplings back at him. I don't think that's coming anytime soon. Still be interesting. So, it's actually been a cool minute since I've casted a Victor game. Primarily because, you know, Victor's been disabled for so long, and while I still think he's pretty in the meta, haven't gotten a chance to see how he matches up against a lot of other very meta champions like Cassiopeia. Trip back up to the top lane, but here comes AI. Cog, he's just come back from base with a Hex Drinker, but he's actually facing some hybrid damage coming his way from AI, who should be building a physical damage build. We've seen a bunch of wacky stuff from Evelyn's. You can go Magus Enchantment, Warrior Enchantment, but neither one of those are the all-powerful Juggermaw. Well, Juggermaw is the composition. I meant to say Cinder Hulk. So now we get to see Hiroki. He's chasing out AI. He has vision on him, and he's going to watch him walk away. But for all he knows, he's coming right back into the top lane. But we still need to find out what on earth Hiroki is about to do. He's a new jungler, so communication, fitting into the team. Apparently, from what I've read about Hiroki, as he has, come in as a new jungler, is that he's actually very responsive to, what the team wants to do, what they want to go for, their play suggestions. I asked missing a bunch of CS there at the turret, so keeping it even. And he asked, we'll actually need to take a trip back to base, but his teleport's not up just yet, so he has to wait for that to come off cooldown before he can get back into lane. Out of these two bottom laners, Hiron actually has a little bit more on the line, at least from what I remember, if I remember correctly. One of the cool things about Hiron is that he's there's this meme that goes Sendai Hiron Starbucks big plays. That's the hashtag all the Japanese fans of Hiron use on Twitter. And what that means is, so Hiron actually works a part-time job at a Starbucks in this region of Japan called Sendai. So there's a Starbucks there, and he works at it. And so the joke is that if Apex R ever wins a game, then everybody goes to the Sendai Starbucks for free Starbucks if Hiron wins because he works there. I'm not sure if he's paying for that Starbucks, but it is a little bit of a joke amongst the Japanese fans. And like I said, an AD carry-centric meta, it's not really very surprising that Hiron is one of their big-name players. But versus Ricky P down there, that is a big lane to go up against. And while, like I said, Rascal Jester didn't have such a great season last season, this is one of their big strengths that they bring back to a brand new season. So I'm excited to see how that's going to work out. Cog actually having a little bit more of a rough time with the Maokai matchup than I would have expected. You actually pick the Gnar pick into Maokai because his damage works off of percentage max health. So every time you proc Hyper, you're going to get that 6% coming your way. And that's a good way to ensure that you'll have a strong lane phase, which with the new itemization for Gnar and Black Cleaver and Frozen Mallet just makes him a monster to deal with if he's able to get those items early. Now he's doing okay in CS, but he hasn't been able to really bully Ayask around, and Ayask was actually the one that forced him back to base first. AI, you probably want to walk around the corner, but no, there's the flash, the twisted advance, but he hops right out of the way. An immediate slow there from Agony's Embrace. They've got the follow-up damage. The Hex Trigger, is that enough to save him? No, it's an arcane smash from a Yask to grab that kill. And while, yes, we have been playing for more than 4 hours, this is only our first game of the day. So we will take a break after this one for a little bit more action, which we're going to see in the bottom lane. No breaks here. We got already a nice Lantern to pull Hiron away from that depth charge, and a death sentence right in there onto Little Bell. He'll be saved once again. He goes back in for the all-in, but I don't think there's too much follow-up. And wow, what an altercation. But in the end, I think it's actually Hiron that gets the worst side of that because he's forced to recall. He should theoretically stay to get this CS, but can he do that safely? No, he's just going to lose the CS to turret, and Hiron going to take a trip back to base without trying to grab that CS. And once again, nothing happening on the map. So I like this style where we have tons and tons of action and then nothing at all. And then tons of action and then nothing. Because that means that I get a chance to breathe, drink some water, drink some pure and organic honey from Colorado's western slopes. The grace of casters everywhere. So for the time being, like I said, not a lot of action, but we might see it heat up just a little bit with both junglers sort of rotating around this mid lane. And while they were camping out bottom lane, at least for the early part of the game, that mid-game gank that came in from Hiroroki, that the flash onto Taotai to help take it, or at least try to take him out, that was actually, oh man, we got another twisted advance here. Will we see Cogcog hop away? He is going to be able to hop and bounces off of a minion. No way for AI to get in range. Lily roaming up towards the top half of the map along with Utaotai. This is a 4-man committal towards the top half of the map. They're going to try to catch Cogcog. Instead, he will get away, and with a wave here at this turret, will they actually be able to take this turret? I don't think that wave was actually big enough, so they may just not be able to do anything off of a big 4-man roam top. Cogcog wasn't even forced back to base, and this gives Lil Belt and RKP, or Ricky P, the opportunity to group up with their team, and we'll fight a monster that does slightly less damage than a turret top lane. So that was actually a really questionable decision by Apex R Gaming. They didn't realize how few minions were in the wave that they were going to dive off of, and when the minions ran out, they couldn't dive the turret. Cogcog recognized that you can't just sit 4 players top lane until a new wave comes. You're going to lose everything else out there on the map. So Apex lose a lot of time off of that roam top lane, and more importantly, they lose the first dragon of the game, which is going to give just that little bit of extra combat stats. Nar against the wall top lane, Yas going to go in, or at least going to be gone in on. Is that the way you say it? Cogcog forced to disengage because AI shows up, but overall you can really see that early aggression, Cogcog finally finding some of his own after taking it for most of the game. Coming bottom lane, there's the face call, Lantern backwards, but you gotta grab it. Nope, it's just there to scout things out. Death Sentence does land, pulls Lil Bell into the box, but off the teleport. Here's the Yas trying to take down Ricky P. He's going down very, very low. You gotta pop the Vengeful Maelstrom. Is it enough? No, it's not quite, but the Arcane Smash there to pick up the kill. Now Lilibel actually really low. There's the Twisted Advance on in. Where's another Arcane Smash? Slows out Lilibel to flash out. Hiroroki is actually going to get sniped out there. Just barely survives out of range. Utaotai kind of getting robbed off the laser. Just not quite being long enough. But even still, a great kill to pick up. It's the second kill of the game, both going to Apex Star. And even though they were unable to take down the top lane turret off of the roam and dive potential, after the successful gank bottom lane, they will have the opportunity to take down the first turret of the game there in the bottom lane. Oppaman coming down to try to join, but there's no turret there, there's no champions there. Roam down to bottom lane, unsuccessful, so little bit questionable roams from both teams on both sides, but one thing that you can say was really good is Ayask's teleport. His TP bottom lane, 2 Twisted Advances to lock down the kill and the pressure away from the turret to allow it to be taken. He'll return up to the top lane, but only just in time to see his turret go down, and unfortunately that will mean 1-1 in turrets, and of course the dragon advantage is still there with Rascal Jester. This reminds me of a little bit of a hybrid between things like the CIS region and the Chinese region. In China, you have just non-stop fighting all the time, hard engage. Even if you know you're going to lose, you're at least doing something, and so you just go for fights all the time. But in the CIS region, in case you guys haven't watched a lot of CIS League of Legends, which includes Russia and surrounding areas, so the primary meta for them is that they'll go for these huge big fights, and regardless of who wins, they'll just back off for like 5-10 minutes until they have another power spike, and then they'll just go super hardcore in on these fights, and then they'll back off. And it's sort of that undulation that you're starting to see here. Apex R Gaming specifically, they'll call these big plays. They're like, all right, when you get your teleport up, we're gonna make a big teleport play bottom lane. Or when we push out mid lane, we're gonna make a big 4-man roam top lane. And so they'll go for these big plays, and regardless of whether or not it works, they're still like, okay, this is the play that we're going to make right now. And if it does work, maybe they think of more aggressive ones later on. But for Apex R, you're starting to see a few big power spikes come in for them. You're going to see the Hex Core start to get upgraded, which will give you the double laser there for Utaltai's Victor. You have a Warrior Enchanted Ranger's Trailblazer for AI, so he is going for that physical damage Eve instead of like the AP burst Eve, which we have seen fall off quite substantially. AI once again sitting in the mid lane, and I'm not sure if he's got an angle onto Oppum, and he's still unscouted. And I like how they changed the vision so we can't actually see AI. Once again, going down, he's going to reveal himself. There's the all-in, but Lilibel immediately for the counter-engage. He just walks up into the lane and is like, no ganks allowed. This is a no gank zone, but might still be able to push the turret, although probably not very much death sentence onto a minion. Not quite going to be very effective. So, the push, the siege, the grouping up here for Apex R Gaming, I don't think is going to be very effective. Might put on enough pressure to allow them to get some good ward coverage around Dragon, but other than that, they're not going to have a successful time there. They come into lane, try for the gank, nice counter engage there by Lilibel. Some interesting builds starting to be coming out here. So we're showing the gold counts right now. You can see 600 gold advantage there in the mid lane. But some differing AD carry builds. In Europe, you see a lot of Blade of the Ruin King rushes for Kallistas, but I think we're starting to see a general switch over to going for Bloodthirster first. There's the Twisted Advance there onto Cogcog, starting with a lot of damage. Cogcog down to half HP. He's going to start to go Mega Gnar here in just a second. Hops away just before, or Mini Gnar, once his bar runs down. But there's Lilibel. They're going to try to get rid of him. The Gnar gets the wall, but it's not very effective. In a 3v1 situation, it's AI that comes out with a kill onto Cogcog. So Gnar getting taken down. It's his second death of the game, the third kill in a row for Apex R Gaming. But with so much pressure top lane, this might open up an opportunity to push mid. But no, flank coming out from the side. Rascal Jester see it in time. They'll back off, but they won't get that second. Yeah, that is their second turret. I was like, wait, did I miss a turret kill? No. It is still their second turret. But it's not going to go down. And now Dragon back up and available. Dragon number 1 went to Rascal Jester, and now Iask is actually going to be asked to defend this mid lane. Might look for a hook. They're going to get it onto Hiroki. Now, they will be able to put down a little bit of extra damage, but there's Hiron. He's in the front line. He's going to go down, gets one shot before anyone else dies. He's the first out of the picture. AI trying to flash over the wall, just barely avoids. Oh, and a fail flash from Ricky P. He can't make it over the wall in time, and that will allow Evelyn to just barely escape with his life. Now, no jungle pressure, no smite there around the Dragon area, but a teleport coming in for Apex R. Looking to try to come in. Nope, they don't want any part of this, but they might get one. Lilibel forced to flash away now. There's an arcane smash back towards the back to slow out Cogcog. Death sentence will land. Cogcog's super tanky. Twisted advance back on in. They stop the bounce away. I'll throw a crunch backwards and be able to walk right out of there. Second Dragon in a row for Rascal Jester.
ペックスとしてはミッドのファーストタワーを守った。じゃあドラゴンに行こうといったところをさらにもう一度ミッドに圧力をかけることでドラゴンさせませんでした。慌てて
Some kind of questionable Gnar play from Cogcog. He's going for just like straight up tank Gnar with the Hex Drinker. Hex Drinker fairly common on Gnar builds, but with no armor or Gnarmor as the case may be, Heroi's still just going to be able to destroy him. He has actually no armor in his kit right now, other than of course the 9 from Runes. And yeah, he is actually running 9 in Runes. So fairly standard build, but not when you're going up against Hero. And granted, he only is on an Infinity Edge right now. But when you dive in as a tank, a lot of times, sometimes you're diving turrets. You're going to need armor for that. And it's not a pure AP team composition here from Apex R. You'd look at this and maybe consider Eve as an AP champion, but she's going to physical damage into tank build, so that's still going to be something you need a little bit of armor for. Oh no, Hero is going to be forced to flash. He flashes back to the minion line and tries to kill the minion so that turret aggro goes on to somebody on Rascal Jester. Instead, they're just going to tank the turret. They don't care about the damage because they'll be able to kill it right after they kill Hero. Beautiful dive and the setup there from Lilibel to make it possible, but now in the mid lane, Apex R will fire back with a mid lane turret takedown of their own. So it's trading 1-for-1 in turrets, but unfortunately, there's still one behind. Apex R, having lost all 3 of their outer turrets, means that the map's a lot more open for Rascal Jester. We'll see if that is what allows them to start making some picks, roaming through the jungle, setting up this deep ward coverage to start to snowball the game in their favor.
Rascal Jester はやはり集団戦ですよね。セージュアンであったりのうちはそのウルトを起点にした5対5のところで勝っていきたいということがあると思います。一方の APEX R ゲーミングとしてはキャリー、特にルシアンがちょっとこけてしまっている2レッドしてますからね。そういったところを考えるとマオカイとスレッシュビクター
Apologies for the brief interruption, but we're back and ready to go into the mid lane where it's outside and AI. Oddly synergistic names. They're looking to stay in there and defend against anything being pushed their way, taking out the minion wave and the double pink ward bush. AI is just like, wow, they really want to see me. They're putting 2 pink wards in a row right in the same bush. Okay, there we go. Finally killing off one. He'll grab another kill there. The double pink ward bush, 60 gold out of just walking inside a bush. Sounds like a deal to me. That's for when you really, really want to find out where Evelyn is. And that'll be 4 pink wards total out there on the map for Rascal Jester, but now only 2, thanks to 2 of them being taken down in the same bush. A ward in the hand is worth 2 pink wards in the bush. I think that's the lesson we're supposed to learn from all that. For Apex R, they haven't come out with necessarily a super strong start, but they have gotten a great advantage in the top half of the map. Ayask, super strong, even though he's not ahead in CS. He's got those 2 kills, which have put him a little bit up. He's got his Righteous Glory, and he's moving on towards magic resistance, which is actually a really cool realization that he's going to be taking magic damage from Cogcog in the form of hyper procs in that ranged mode, which is one of the big reasons you pick Gnar in the first place. But he's also going to be taking a lot of magic damage from the rest of the team. You've got Hiroki, you've got Appamen, you've got Lilibelt, and even some of the Gnar damage like I mentioned earlier. So magic resistance is an okay thing for Ayask to be building as a tank stat. Whereas for Cogcog, he's built nothing but magic resistance, and so that might be a little bit interesting if he's not able to get that out Warden's Mail, which does look like where he's going. AI is scouted out, and so Cogcog's going to ping him out and say, look, we got an Evelyn problem in the top lane. He's back at turret, so I don't think he cares all that much.
ラスカルジェスターのリアクションが非常に素晴らしいですね。どういった部分でやはりこう相手が動いたのをしっかりとディープワードを使って察知してるんですね。そしてそこで何も反応を返さないのでは
Trying to find an answer there around the dragon pit. A minute until it respawns. The question, of course, that they're looking for the answer to is, what's next on the plate. AI has spent more time top lane than I think anywhere else out on the map. He's going to walk in again, but he's not going to walk the long way around. So we do actually have action going on in the top half of the map, but a flash forced out by Utalzai. Good guy directed camera actually showing us where the action's at. There wasn't really all that much top lane because Cogcog just bounced away on a minion and he's like, all right, peace, I'm out. And he was out range of any counter engage, so no real thing to worry about top lane. Flash forced out for Utautai does mean that amongst these mid laners, if they don't have flash, you're just going to be able to jump on them immediately, and they just kind of die from that point on. Utautai can at least throw out all of his spells and then die, knowing that he'll have an effect in the team fight. But now over the wall, Lilibel forced to, or actually that's just Lily. Lily and Lilibel both in the same game. Somewhat interesting to deal with. Now, Ayas gonna go for the engage. Is he gonna get it? Locks up Ricky P, but I'm not sure if he wants to actually fight this. Nice damage mitigation by Ayas. He's in a great spot, but it's actually the first kill taken by Lily, killing off his counterpart in Lilibel. The fight continues here at Apex R. Look at that huge glacial prison. Hiroki lands a monster ultimate, and Hiron can't get away from Cog. Or can he? The flash in for the Gnar backwards and a double kill for Cog. It's Rascal Jester that crushed the fight and pick up a 3-for-1. You can hear the clapping from the crowd in the background, or at least I could. I have it turned down just a little bit. What's so cool, at least for right now, is that for Rascal Jester, you know, with big fights like that, that's what their team comp is supposed to do. They haven't been able to find almost any of those kills earlier on, and as soon as they group up, as soon as they make this big 5v5 push, get everybody there, they're able to go in for it. And more importantly, it's not the kills that you get, it's what you do with them. They'll snowball that into a 4th turret kill, a 3rd dragon, and as far as objective control goes, they're doing a great job dominating that away from Apex R. You can see how Yask teleported in, and he was like, okay, do I go in? And he sat there for like the longest time, and he was thinking to himself, well, I've got a Twisted Advance, so should I use it? He popped Righteous Glory, and he's like, could I go in? Do I not go in? He decided to go in onto Ricky P, but by the time the Twisted Advance root duration was over, oh my gosh, best scrying orb of his life there. Ricky P able to see the entire Apex team. It's like, I wonder if they're in that bush. Scouts him out and pushes Apex R back into lane to shove it out and back to the Baron area. But do they start it now? There's a sizable portion of the enemy team on the bottom half of the map now. Most of them will be moving there towards the area, but this is a 4v5. This should be exactly what Rascal Jester don't want to fight. The Cassiopeia all the way on the bottom side of the map, and Apex R don't force a single thing. There finally are pings onto the Baron area. It's totally dark. Apex could be doing it right now, and it's actually Lilibel, oh, dodging that hook as he enters the area. But no Baron started there for Apex. Deep-ward placed out there at the red buff will actually scout. Ricky P down there doing it. A lot of pings on the Baron area though, so I'm still trying to think to myself, all right, well, what do you do at this point? Do you just say, look, we want to do Baron and then just go for it? Or is it better to, you know, say, let's take a back seat, not go for Baron, not try to force a fight that we might lose because we lost the last fight for Apex R. A lot of questions that they have to answer here. And this is the first time, like, on stage in a big live LAN setting in Japan. This is live at Esports Square. And you're like, what's Esports Square? Where is that? Where can I go watch it? If you're in Japan, if you're in Tokyo, in the Akihabara, in Akihabara, you can go to Esports Square. It's the sort of LAN location. They've got a bar where you can buy stacks and stuff towards the back, and it's a live LAN area where they host professional events like LJL. And so for the first week, you're going to see all the teams live there in the actual venue. And for a lot of the teams, especially Apex R Gaming, this is a big first-time event for them. They get to see each other, sit in the same room, play League of Legends against some of the best teams in Japan. You don't really get this opportunity all the time, or really at all. For Apex R, like I said, new team. They prepped a little bit for this game coming into it, and I was actually talking to their analyst earlier, asking him for some characteristics about them. And so preparation for these games for Apex R actually consists pretty much about finding out what the enemy's comfort picks are, and then playing around what they're going to give you. So you saw a very targeted ban phase. It was actually really, really good, but it didn't take away things like Hiroki. Might have been a little bit more difficult because he plays pretty much all the tank junglers. I think I actually even saw a game on Zac that he played a while back. But now, oh, the flash, forcing a counter flash. How did they know? Oh my gosh, that was really good looking out there from Lilibel. Able to have that ward at the wolf camp, say, look, Evelyn just did this. Flash in, trying for the grab. didn't land it. But he's at least trying to force these plays that little by little are getting Rascal Jester into a better and better spot. A lot of pings around the Baron area, but like I said, for Apex R, the way they prepare is they look at their enemies, their comfort picks, what they're playing in solo queue. But oh, big fight breaking out. AI in the back. He might get a big shield, but he's getting locked down before he can even ult, and he doesn't get the opportunity to really start the engage that he was looking for. Apex R starting to disengage, but they're losing way too much health. They'll lose their top laner. Ayaska double kill for Cogcog. And after that fight goes terribly wrong for Apex R, it's Rascal Jester who will get their opportunity to start on Baron. Grabbing there onto a Taotai, Hiroki, wait, what? No, they're not gonna finish it! The Hero, he's flashing in! He can't get the kill, but it's Taotai there for the shutdown! And while that was, sure, a 2-for-2 exchange, I want to say a 1-for-3? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Yeah, 3-for-1 exchange for Apex R. Oh, man. I like comparing Japan to a lot of other international regions to see where they kind of get their playstyles from. Maybe that's China in that you have to have at least one Baron per game, or maybe it's North America where you see some of the craziest Baron throws. Oh my goodness, I'm replaying that fight in my mind over and over again, and wow. Alright, Apex R getting a little bit of a miracle back into the game with a nice stoppage of Baron. They win the team fight, and while it's not quite a pentakill or, 5 turrets coming back their way, they're still going to win a fight that is definitely not guaranteed in their favor at all. And a good job by them to recognize, hey, look, they're doing Baron. We can't just roll over and let them have this objective. It's something that we should back off from sometimes, but not this time. They go in, fight, win the fight, and of course pick up 3 kills for themselves. Pink ward will be cleared out as Apex are now maybe back on a little bit more of the offensive. They too have embraced the double pink ward strategy and have put 2 right there. AI looking to get the scout out. They're going to go for this one. Oh, but pings away. I think somebody showed on a ward. Of course, now they're showing the ward that they showed on. They're like, oh, sneaky? No, you're not sneaky at all. Your secret agent license is revoked. But they will get a dragon. Apex R pick up their first dragon of the game. I think they can actually take it down just in time to be able to get here to the Baron area. Now, the downside is that they'll actually lose their final outer turret of the game in the top lane as Cogcog takes that down. But, oh, Lily will get grabbed in. No, Lily, it's gonna be a first kill going down before the fight really even starts. And Rascal Jester find that pick off of waiting and baiting, and Lily fell for it all. Walked right in. Famous last words of a lot of supports, and I say this a lot, is, I was just warding. Which, while a legitimate explanation of what you were doing, is not an excuse. Now Apex are forced to fight a 4v5. Hiroki actually pretty low there in the back. Yas taken up like a monster. Hiroki is actually going to go down very low, but it's actually the first death will be Ricky P. A double kill there for Cassiopeia, though. Utautai trying to kite backwards. He's got Hiron there with him, but it's a 2-for-2 exchange overall. 2-for-3 if you want to count Lily's death. They're the Thresh, but wow, what an engaged. Ricky P died so fast. I thought he was going to be kiting back towards the back, but he and his support, Lilibelt, both died there at the beginning of the fight, and Apex come into these fights with a lot of times disadvantages. That time they lost their support. The previous time they didn't have anybody there at the beginning. But what a way to play League of Legends. Apex R Gaming showing us maybe a little bit of a new style, but they're hanging on. They are down about 7,000 gold, so it's no mystery that they are quote-unquote behind, but they're doing a lot with what they got. They're managing to keep things at least close. Making a deep roam into the enemy jungle, trying to counter jungle this red buff, but more than likely than not, they're looking for somebody to get greedy and come try to take it. Now, nobody's going to fall for the bait, so they should actually just realize that and take that here. But actually, in the end, it's the it's the Banshee that will scout them out. And now realizing the Baron is probably being done, it's down to half HP. And I think Rascal Jester have finally gotten this. They will take down Baron Nashor, but will Apex R find this fight? Ayask in the back is gonna go down to start the fight. But oh, actually, it might be an okay engage here. Ricky P A lot of damage there. Lily finally dead. Lilibelt almost dead as well, but it's gonna be a 4-man. 4-for-0 exchange. I actually thought that AI was gonna go in there and die, but he actually wasn't in the fight at all. It's Baron, so you're supposed to have your jungler there for the steal. It's a team fight, so you're supposed to have all 5 members there, but AI got split off to the side and never really rejoined the fight, and so Rascal Jester get about the best fight they could have asked for. They take the Baron for free. Whoa, AI, that is not a fight you want to go for. Death Charge forces him back. Ricky P going forward, lands some spears, but doesn't pop them just yet, and that's the first inhibitor of the game going to cruise Rascal Jester. We're going to get a quick instant replay of this fight real fast as Ask flashes in. He tried so hard for the Baron steal, and to be fair, that's about the best option they had for a Baron steal, given that Eve was so far away. But look at AI, he's walking back and forth and back and forth. He never actually does anything in that fight. He thought so many times about going in, but in the end, he just stays alive, which didn't really help his team at all. He tried to defend the inhibitor, got engaged on, and was forced to flash out away from the death charge coming his way. And man, what a time to be alive for Apex are. They're finding themselves in their first competitive LJL match of Season 2. Hanging in, going for these crazy comeback plays and making a lot of them, but unfortunately they will lose the Baron, lose the team fight, and are now starting to fall further and further behind. Now 11,000 gold deficit versus Rascal Jester. Bottom lane wave actually pushing in favor of Rascal Jester, so it's pushing out away from them for now. Minions will be focusing in a good way, and Cog returning top lane to finish the job that he started there, trying to take down this last hit on the turret. There's the Baron buff empowered cannon minion to take it down. Pings onto the bottom lane though from Rascal Jester. And I think what they're saying is that Cog needs to either recall and go down there to push the lane out, or possibly that, you know, maybe that's the next direction that they want to go for, instead of pushing top lane, to push for bottom lane instead. And one of the big things that they find in the bottom half of the map is Dragon. It's up in about a minute and a half. And it would be a good objective to go for. We're 36 minutes into the game, and we're starting to see late games really come up in a big way. And so pushing down bottom lane, you're already going to see the rotation completed. They could shove this bottom lane, go for the siege, and then if sieging this bottom turret doesn't work out, they can always just disengage back for Dragon in just about a minute. So trying to figure out what the best play is for Apex are. They will try to defend as much as possible. Ricky P there in the area. More importantly, Baron buff not in there. So no more Baron empowered minions. And I don't want to say that Rascal Jester did nothing with their Baron buff, but to be fair, you expect to see more of an impact out there on the map. Only the mid lane inhibitor are down. And while yes, they are pushing both waves, Apex R should be able to wave clear this more than adequately and push Rascal Jester back from their base again. RJ around the Dragon pit, but it's still 15 seconds left. Hiroki is going to show on the minion wave, and Ayask trying to sneak around. If he can get himself into a good position, he might have a Dragon Steal coming his way, but at this point in the game, even if you do go for a Dragon Steal, you're probably going to die, and a 4v5 is worth more than almost any Dragon. So AI in the area, trying to get in there. Cog knows that he's there. Can they find the kill there? AI just barely able to get away from that crunch coming his way. Even with the Righteous Glory from Lilibelt, no picks, no kills being found here for Rascal Jester. The fate of many Sendai Starbucks hangs in the balance. Hiron, that's the other realization for a lot of players, especially new players who are, Apex are like, I have a big soft spot in my heart for them because they come in as a brand new challenger team. They are the mesh between just like having fun playing normals in League of Legends and, the bigger leagues in the world. They are, friends who play League of Legends together, got together as a team and said, look, let's try this out. And once they started having a bunch of success and actually had the possibility to qualify for LJL, they said, look, let's get serious with this and try to do the best we can. And especially for guys like Hiron, he's got to show up for work in the morning. You walk in after losing this LJL game, maybe not quite the same response. But while you're here in this moment, there's still so much that you can do. Apex are, they've scaled up relatively well. You got a top laner who's got, 3.5 tank items. It's not bad for 30 minutes into the game. And he's up against another top laner that he's basically on equivalent items with, even though he's down about 80 CS. Okay, I think he's like 1 item behind. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 items complete there for Cogcog. Actually went for the completed Maw of Malmortius. Will we see Cogcog forced to, whoa, flash away? I think Cogcog was a little bit more scared there than he should have been. He saw Hiron dashing at his face, he's like, whoa, that's a Lucian. And I, as a tank with Thornmail, should be scared of that. No, probably not. But better safe than sorry, so he's going to keep... No! AI! Oh, AI in a really rough spot. Cleanses the slow, flashes away, grabs the lantern, and we'll be able to get out of there alive. But man, blowing flashes right and left. I don't know what it is about this. If you have flash, it's a cool summoner spell to have, but you kind of have to do things with it other than just use it to save your life from being mispositioned. Rascal Jester grouping up once again around the Baron buff. Can they make anything happen? Little do they know, the direct counter to their bush bait strategy is doing nothing. And that is not quite what Apex are doing, but they're not being very adventurous out there on the map. Keep in mind, this game and all LJL games are played on the live servers. So if there is a patch out, they're playing on it. So this is being played on the current patch. And current patch, okay. Saw a few nerfs, most notably to Cinderhulk. So a little bit of a nerf to Hiroki's item, but Warrior Enchant is still just as strong. Although it was actually nerfed, I believe, most recently as well. But now, engage there on a Lily, forces the flash. He will get out of there, flash down. But now the counter engage. They force out Lilibel's spot, and there's AI for the flank. He's super tanky with a huge ultimate. Agony's Embrace giving a lot of extra takes. Hiron versus Opperman. Look at that petrifying gaze to the face. And Apex are not going to win this fight. Ayask probably dead here in the back. Rock coming over the wall. It does land for the slow. Laser from Utautai. He's trying to kite backwards, and Ayask finally will fall. AI and Utautai, well, the only 2 surviving members after a 3-for-1 team fight for Rascal Jester. Utautai kind of the last hope here at a Baron steal, and I think, yeah, Opperman's gonna make sure that he knows exactly what to do. That last fight, I actually thought it had a high potential for a turnaround when Hiron tried to dash to the side and tried to take out Opperman. But Opperman hadn't actually used his petrifying gaze at all, so he just blasted him in the face and said, look, this is not where you want to be. So watch out for that here towards the end of the fight. You're going to see the counter engage, a big flank by AI. And so he knows what he's doing. He's in a great spot. But look at the back line. Cogcog right on top of Hiron. He flashes out to try to get to Opperman and then just gets completely destroyed. And from here on out, it's the Opperman show. And of course, the follow-up kills there. Cogcog helping out. But wow, what a team fight from Rascal Jester. And you can see just a little bit too tanky. And he had so much damage that Hiron just didn't really stand a chance in that fight. Apex are back to turtling. One of the ways that Apex are differs from a lot of LJL teams is that, oh man, Ayask will get grabbed. He's starting to take a little bit of damage there. Does have the Vengeful Maelstrom up, but a huge Glacial Prism. Look at that culling over the wall. Starts the damage onto Opperman, but he's got that Seraph's Embrace to keep himself tanky and strong. Hiron can't chunk through that Thornmail. Cogcog just basically invincible. And while they did only lose their support, Apex are 4v5's not fights they want to fight. Lilibelt very low. He's not dead just yet. Oh my gosh, he's gonna get assassinated. Hiron goes in from the side and bursts him down. Now AI, though, no, he walks too far forward, bears the brunt of Optimus Cassiopeia damage, who, by the way, a 10-1 and 10 Cassiopeia. At 44 minutes into the game, yeah, you're going to take some damage. An interesting build here from Optimus. He's gone for the Will of the Ancients. Kind of questionable, just because while Spell Vamp is super effective for Cassiopeia on her Qs, you just get so much health back from those. It's not that big burst item you're looking for. And now, oh, Rascal Jester setting up. Little do they know that they may have found like one kill off of those bush baits, but they aren't actually being all that effective. Recalls back to base there. Cog. He's thinking about something. Not exactly sure what was going through his mind, but the gold lead, man. You just gotta... There's only so many ways to come back from a 14,000 gold lead. Couple of things to talk about, though, as we look at the scores, though. 80 carry is actually fairly similar. You got, like, basically one item up, 1.5 items up there for Ricky P, but they've got almost identical CS. Mid lane, also the CS pretty even. Jungler CS even. Top lane, the only difference, a 100 plus CS advantage for Cog. What an advantage there. Now trying to get maybe an engage, or maybe just the inhibitor. Ayase up in the front, will need to take that lantern out. Does take the lantern, but it's Optimus going godlike with his 11th kill of the game. And what a big engage after the inhibitor going down as well. That is a 2 inhibitor takedown for Rascal Jester, and they will have everything they need inside that base, with notably the exception of the Nexus. But with the big wave pushing down to top lane, it's now or never. You have to find a way to defend against this Rascal Jester push. Grab there in onto Lilibel. He's got a shield. He doesn't care. Walking forward there underneath the turret, kiting back and forth. Ricky P taking a little bit of that culling damage, but the turret falls without a fight. And now Apex R Gaming, they're going to try to take down Cog. He's down to half HP. They aren't focusing the inhibitor. There we go. Finally seeing that death of the inhibitor and just backing out now. Rascal Jester really doesn't have to do anything. They'll grab AI, put down maybe a little bit of damage there. Look at that Callista damage. AI takes so much. He's back to the fountain trying to heal before he has to defend his Nexus turrets. Rascal Jester look like they want to close. They have 3 inhibitors down. Tons of super minions pushing in. Lilibel will zone. There's the Nexus turret going down. Nexus turret number 2 is being focused. Hiroki has the ability to go in. He's going to hit the Glacial Prison. Hiron's going to go down. The Nexus will finally fall. And 47 minutes into game number 1. Ricky P and the rest of Crew's Rascal Jester will take down Apex R Gaming. And there you can see Rascal Jester on your screens. Big sigh of relief from them. Lackluster performance last season. And coming into this season with a win. Great way to start things out. Of course, hopefully a lot of good things coming their way. For Apex R Gaming, it represents their first loss in the season, and while maybe underdogs versus almost every team in LJL this season, they put up an incredible fight. They took a nice Baron stop that kind of got them back into the game. They were always going close in team fights until I gotta give a big mention to Oppamen, who rotated into the mid lane from his previous jungle position. He was like, look, jungling, moves to the mid lane and had an incredible Cassiopeia game. Just look at the damage charts there on your screen. Almost 38,000 damage done. 8,000 damage ahead of his opposing mid laner. And that's just damage dealt to champions. It's not just damage dealt in general. That's just to champions. So a big congratulations to him. Finishes the game, Oppamen, with a 12-1 and 10 Cassiopeia score. So I think it's safe to say that as far as mid lanes go, he did a pretty good job. And that means we'll be taking a quick commercial break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our second game of the night here in the LJL Season 2. Be right back. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rapid, and I hope you guys enjoyed the first game of the night. But alongside with me is Cameron Shirokaisen Gilbert. He'll be providing live Japanese to English translation for us tonight. So I want to welcome Cameron. He'll be translating what DJ Muchan has to say to us in between games.
Hey, thanks very much. So he's just giving a reflection, saying that Rascal Jester, who've been in the league for a long time, won that first match. So now we're gonna get the sponsors are gonna come and say hi. Logical G, Akihito Furusawa, who's a manager at Logical, is gonna come and give a few words. They've been a really big sponsor of the Japanese League of Legends scene. They sponsor Detonation as well as this league. He's saying how he'd waited really a long time for the new season to come, and he himself is a big fan of League of Legends. He's really happy that there have been so many fans of League of Legends back since the previous finals all the way up to here. He's looking forward to Japanese League of Legends fans continuing to increase in Japan from here, and is looking forward to being a part of it. He's if for everybody who goes and anyone who goes and buys from their online store before the deadline will receive 20% off for its coupon for people who are here enjoying the LJL. And he just thanks everybody for coming. But yeah, Logical G has been one of the most important sponsors in Japanese League of Legends. They were actually behind bringing Detonation Focus Me to boot camp in America, going into the IWCI, as well as really supporting this league a lot as well. Next, we're going to have Sugisawa Tatsuya from Mouse Computer coming up to talk. Says he really enjoyed both the last match and how excited everybody got in the venue. The two specific gaming brands, G-Tune and Iyama, he's just introducing those for the people who are there watching the games. He just says he really hopes that you guys will try out using the peripherals that his company creates, and thanks you very much for listening to his speech and enjoying LJL. Thank you very much to our sponsors. Now we're going to have an interview with the winning team. Just wait a little bit, please.
人生という名前の街を僕はさまよっていた。未来、思い出、時間、そして今。くだらなくて美しい。この街は何だ？生きるってなんだ？ライフカード。
Here we go. It's time. We're gonna have an interview with two of our players. Congratulations on your victory. Top was focused really hard at the beginning. How was it? Yeah, for me it was really, really difficult. Were you encouraged by your team throughout the game? It was just Riki P. You were able to get really strong by the end. You were able to really do what you wanted at the end. Now, Aquaman. You're able to dish out a lot of damage at the very end of the game. How was it? It was really fun. I had a really good time. It's really important to have fun, isn't it? What is really focused on in your practice? I moved back to mid, and I thought it was really important to have fun, so I really focused on that. A comment from each of the players. First, Cog. I really hope that we can win the next matches as well. And now Aquaman. Next, we'll enjoy it and we'll win again. Oh, also, Cog. Apart from the time when you ran away using Flash, were there any times when you got really freaked out? I really can't remember. Is being able to dodge something that you really think is really enjoyable, really gives you a good feeling? He said, yeah, definitely. Is there something that you guys say when one of your teammates does something really awesome? Is there? Nice, or that ult really worked. Something like that. Now, a new player, Hiroki, has joined the team. How's the teamwork with him? He's a pretty difficult person, but... How do I say it? He fit in really well, I feel like. Can you say one last thing? Looking forward to Season 2. Last season was really tough for us, but this time we really think that it'd be awesome if we could make it to #1. How about Aquaman? Everyone around us is really strong. So we're going to work really hard and make sure that we can appear in the grand final. This was Cog and Oppamen, and I'm realizing now that I was probably a little ahead of the video, I think.
シーズン1で結果残したんで、一応強豪チームとしては思われてるんじゃないかなって感じです。
3位っていう結果には本当満足してないんで、最初3位になった時にはもう頑張ったんじゃないかって。
And now we're going into a commercial or an interview video with two members of Seventh Heaven.
もう私入って2位ですし、もう今じゃもう3位なんてどうでもいいって1位しか見てないです。
They thought they did really well for a team that just joined, but they're not looking at anything but number one. They thought, of course, they were really disappointed that they lost in the semifinal.
いや、3戦目はちょっと序盤より取ってて、もうスローすんだって V しないで言ってたんで
They
すけど、
felt like maybe they couldn't show how strong they really were.
結構悔しかったですね。
勝ったからね、あれ。
絶対勝つでしたよ。
まあ、それはNT がいましたよね、もともと。彼がその高校3年生になるんですよね。で就活活動とかで忙しくなれた時にゲームを取るか、
They're asking how does it that he switched from mid to support, and he said NT used to be there before, but now
みんなで相談乗って、でもまあ最終的に決めるのは自分の人生だから自分で決めろってなって、彼がまあ高校行くっていう決断をしたんで、まあ、チームをじゃあ抜けます私みたいな。
NT had when he decided to leave the team, they talked as a team together, and they made the decision as a group that NT would leave the team for his own personal reasons, and that Clock Day would switch from mid to support. And they were able to find a mid laner and a support player, or and a jungle player, and so that helped make it really work out. But as for his prior experience as support, Clock Day says he didn't have any at the beginning.
どこに混ざって10戦とか20戦以上やって、まあ、自分なりに自信が、まあ、連でその戦えたりしてたんで、そのプロの人から褒められたりして、まあ、簡単な英語ですけど、ちょっと自分には自信がかなりつきました。そう、得意チャンピオンは5チャンプなんですけど、レオナ、スレッシュ。
He was able to get a lot of confidence because he was encouraged by a lot of people, a lot of really strong challenger players. Despite having no prior experience in support. Talking about his strong champions at support, if he's able to just play those that he's able to do, he feels like he can do really well.
の人と連携取って相手のジャングルがここにいるっていう予想をして、そこにいると思う時は引くって、もういないとどっかに移った瞬間にもう全部臨機応変にです。常にアグレッシブ。
He's talking about how he wants to establish synchronity with the top laner and the jungle's ganks, the top laner teleport, and play aggressive. How about what are you thinking, Thinton? Thinton says that, well, all the other teams have gotten really strong. Are your fans disappointed that you've moved from a carry lane to support? He says he can carry from support as well, so it's okay. Don't watch any support but me. And the coach changes as well. He was told at first, look at your enemy team's picks and decide what lanes you want to do from there. And go from there. Which player do you watch on 7th Heaven? Clock Day, of course. That's what he says.
僕のサポートを見たらチャレンジャーになれます。皆さんサポートで。
まあ僕としては RF ですかね。
Everybody says that supports can't do damage, but if you watch his support, you'll be able to make challenger. Who's your rival team? He says. RF.
僕のトップは見なくていいです。
見なくていいの？
見なくていい。ロクさんのサポートだけ。
立てるね俺も。
Message to your fans. You don't have to watch my
サ
talk.
ポート見てチャレンジしてください。
Just watch Clock Day support. Please watch my support and make it to Challenger.
All right, well, thank you very much, Cameron, for your translation there. We're going to head out to a quick commercial break, and then we'll come right back with our second matchup of the night. The 7th Heaven take on Detonation Focus Me, reigning champion of LJL Season 1, as they take on the up-and-coming 7th Heaven. Stick around, we'll be right back.
difference between winning and losing isn't measured in meters or seconds anymore. Now it's micrometers and milliseconds. Every challenge is a call to play smarter, to push further, to be better. That's why we put every aspect of gaming under the microscope and obsess over every detail. If it doesn't exist, we build it. We test, we retest. With every breakthrough, we push gaming a step forward. And every step forward is an opportunity for a new breakthrough. We are Logitech G. Gaming is our passion. Winning is our pursuit. Science is our method.
人生という名前の街を僕はさまよっていた。未来、思い出、時間、そして今。くだらなくて美しい。この街は何だ？生きるってなんだ？ライフカード。
All right, we'll be coming back with a short interview. Looks like this one will be with Crew's Rascal Jester. So we're going to hand things over to Cameron for some more translations.
All right, thank you very much.
初戦からずるずる負けが込んでって最後まで手が届かず上位のチームに感じでしたね。悔しかったですね。
They were really, really disappointed that they weren't able to compete with the top teams and stay along, and do well last season. Please introduce yourself. His favorite champion is Warwick, and he likes jungle. He takes the neutral camps and uses and wards. How's practice? Solo kill or solo queue, practice warding. Even though right now it's still kind of vague. Doesn't really know. Who are you learning from? From Lilybelt. He's not afraid of him.
毎試合ごとにバチバチが
いやそんなことないです確かにワード置かなかったりした時は言われたけどあとはタワーおらずに中立キャンプ買ってたりしたら言われてた言われてた
He gets told off if he doesn't ward or if he doesn't take down the tower and goes after the neutral camps. What does it mean to not have an analyst?
結構セブンスであったりランページであったり結構アナリストを入れてキックしてるじゃないですか。そういう部分でやっぱり危機感
Seventh and Rampage have brought in analysts.
欲しいのは欲しいですけど、
And
いなかったらいなかった
they want one.
自分たちの責任感みたいなのが出るじゃないですか。
But they feel they all have the responsibility to make up for that since they don't have one.
少し前までは欲しいなって感じだったんですけど、田所君が入って
Up till recently, he really thought he wanted one.
今はいいかなって感じです。はい。
But now he thinks they're okay
行き詰まってる
with
こと
the
が
new
たくさん
people
あったん
they've
ですけ
added.
ど、まあ新しく入って
Why?
結
Yeah,
構
he's
チームの
asked.
色というか雰囲気とかもまあ変わったので、今は行き詰まってもないですし、
I think
はい、
with
感じですね。はい。いろんな
we think with the new people they brought in, he thinks the team's atmosphere has really changed, and he likes it.
基本的な練習時間
How's your gaming house environment different from other teams? He says, well, they have to work, so their practice time isn't as much.
時間的なものとかが一番しんどいですね。
That's the biggest point right there, the time.
それを任させるみたいな。
While he's working, he always thinks, man, I really want to play League.
まず出来栄えてるんです。そうですね。どれくらいだろう。
How's the team feeling?
僕はやっぱなんか
40%.
プレイヤーがいっぱい入ってるじゃないですか。
Who are you looking at?
その人たちどんなプレーするんやろっていう気持ちはすごいあります。
The
注目
teams
して
that
る
have
チ
added
ー
Korean
ム
players.
かは全チームですね。前回戦績も悪かったので、
All of the teams.
みんな全チーム
The record wasn't very good, so
ですね。
he's looking at all the teams.
挑戦する立場になったので、僕はひろき君
They're in the position where they have to challenge them.
に
Because after all.
注目してほしいです。どういうとこ
He wants people to look at Hiroki.
チームの意見聞かないです。暴走機関車。行きたいところに行くみたいな。プラスそれがなんだかんだいい方向に毎回動いてるんです。 なんか僕とかだったら結
It's
構
moving in a good direction.
ようなプレーを、まあ、する時があるんですけど、なんか意外とうまくいくなみたいなのは結構ありますよね。僕はなんかそんな無理
Times when
するの好きじゃない。
plays scary, but it's good.
結構いいっていい感じになるみたいなのがあります。
負けたら終わり一心でやってました。
What did you think of the survival match? If we lose, it's over. We're gonna win. That was the image that he had. We definitely can't lose. That's how they went into it. And
字が書いてました。僕は他レーンが勝ってたら緊張和らぎます。
確か暗黒取りましたよね。
how did it feel to be released from the pressure?
で、
It was really good.
刺さりましたね。そこでこれいけるな。
Felt like they could do it.
勝てるんで強くなります。目標は優勝です。
Message to your fans. If I get strong, we'll be able to win. So
ロール変更があったので
I'm gonna get strong.
前シーズンとは全く違うラスカルジスターが見れると思うので
We changed members, so we're going to show you a completely different Rascal Jester this season. So please cheer for us.
方が面白いような綺麗なプレーをするんで応援よろしくお願いします。
We want to show you guys a really pretty great play this season. So just please cheer for us. And that's the interview.
All right, thank you very much, Cameron. Once again, big thanks to Shirakaisen for coming out and helping us here with the English translation of these Japanese interviews. So big thanks to him, and of course, thanks to all the players for competing, giving these interviews. We'll have a little bit more of this when we come back with our second game of the night, as Detonation Focus Me faces off against Seventh Heaven. That matchup and a whole lot more will be coming up here in Season 2 of the LJL. Stick around. Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Season 2 of the League of Legends Japan League. My name is Reed Rapid Melton. Of course, joining me over the course of the broadcast, we'll have translations done live by my good friend Cameron Shokaisen Gilbert. So I do want to thank him once again for providing translations for us. We're going to get back into the action. Had a little bit of an extended break, but we're back coming to you live from Esports Square in Akihabara, Tokyo, Japan. The League of Legends Japan League Season 2. It's been about 2 months since we've had games here, and it's actually really exciting. If they show shots of the venue, you can actually see so many people have come here to cheer on some of the best League of Legends players in Japan. So it's actually really exciting. You can see the casters looking at them. They are Eyes and Revel. Eyes, of course, and there's, of course, the amazing audience at the Esports Cafe. Packed out audience, and it's great to see everybody tuning in. You can see a lot of face hiding, a lot of people enjoying some of the food there from the cafe in the back. Of course, just a lot of people having a good time. So really hype audience, and while we may not have like the individual team cheers that LCK have and other leagues, we're working on that. Of course, Season 2, a lot of fun going on. You can see Revel having a little bit of fun there too. But of course, we're not here just to have fun. We're here to play some amazing games of League of Legends. And of course, coming up, 2 of the best teams in LJL this season. Of course, 2 teams with some notable changes to talk about. We've got Detonation Focus Me. If you watch the International Wildcard Invitational, IWCI, you got a chance to see Detonation Focus Me represent Japan. And to be honest, it wasn't necessarily the strongest representation. And of course, now that we get in here to picks and bans, we'll actually have a chance to talk about some of these changes that Detonation have made since going to International Wildcard. They've wound up changing the roster, and the way that they've changed it is by including 2 of the stronger Korean players that they had their access to. You can see Hwang and Rokenia. Now, there's not a lot of information about either of these players. For Hwang and Rokenia, they come in as just diamond solo queue players, strong players that were accessible here to Detonation Focus Me. So for Detonation Focus Me, they got Rokenia, who's a master solo queue jungler, and then they also have a coach coming in there. His name is Atu, and he's the former coach of Hong Kong Attitude, a team that you might have seen play in GPL and other Southeast Asian leagues. So they've got a Korean players coach, and of course new support Hwang, kind of in the same boat. Now Hwang and Rokenia are not necessarily quite on par with the rest of the Korean players that have been added. And to give you guys an idea as we walk through picks and bans here, of course Hecarim, Katarina, and Kalista, the reason you see that Katarina ban is because of the new jungler here for Immortal 7th Heaven. His name is Alvingo. And if you've never heard of Alvingo, if you have heard of Alvingo rather, you've probably heard of him for his Katarina montages. And chances are, unless something goes wildly wrong, Alvingo will never get a chance to play Katarina. And that is because he is so ridiculously good at that champion. Alvingo, and of course the jungler up there, Sun, they come in as very well-traveled players. They played on Zenix Storm when they were an up-and-coming OGN team. And of course, they also played in China in the LSPL on Standpoint Gaming, loosely associated with Vici Gaming as their LSPL team. And so Alvingo and Sun have been all over. They come in with a ton of professional, competitive experience. And they're on 7th Heaven, a team that maybe nobody really expected anything out of after qualifying for LJL through the open bracket last season. They came in and they smashed LJL open. They took games off of the best 2 teams in the league. They dominated as a newcomer to the league, and they were actually narrowly edged out for 2nd place after losing a 3-2 series to Detonation Rabbit 5, now just Rabbit 5 as they have separated from the organization. So now that I've given you a brief overview of the teams, let's go ahead and check out the players and the champions that they've gone ahead and picked up. You see the players there in the window. I'm not sure exactly who we're looking at right now. Usually it takes the whole face to figure that out. But as far as champions go, you can see the first pick priority on giving Saros Azir. Saros has adapted his champion pool to more than just long-range poke mages. Now he's going for more of the sustained damage, and so it wouldn't surprise me to see this last pick be a Cassiopeia for Alvingo. But Alvingo actually a little bit interesting too, because he represents an incredibly wide variety of champion choices. So I'm excited to see what he's going to bring out here. Primarily looking to see the Katarina, that's what I was looking for. I was thinking like Callista, but I was like, wait, Callista and Katarina are both banned. So no Callista for Mweki. And of course, we should keep talking about more than just the Korean players. For 7th Heaven, they're carry. You look and you see Mweki and you're like, that's the dude. And in fact, Mweki, an incredibly strong player, no matter what server he's playing on, whether it's the North American server, where he's gotten, I think, Diamond 1, if I'm not mistaken, and Korean server, where he's up there, I believe in, I'm not sure which Diamond he's actually on currently. But it should be mentioned... All right, just have to take care of a couple of things. So for Mweki, though, it should be mentioned that he is definitely the carry for the team. So if you look for something, Mweki's where you want to look for it. And I mentioned the Cassiopeia pick earlier on. That's what Alvingo is going to lock in. Mweki, most played champion is Callista, but the champion he actually has the highest win rate on in Korean solo queue is actually an 80% win rate with Sivir. Or Severe, depending on how you want to pronounce it. But for Sivir, his highest win rate champion, a lot of lockdown from his support there in Clock Day. Now, Clock Day will be another interesting thing to mention, because for Clock Day, he's actually coming in with probably the most charisma on 7th Heaven. You got a chance to see a little bit of that over the course of their interview. But for Clock Day, he's also one of the most storied players in Japanese League of Legends. He actually had his own team named after him. It was called Time of Clock. And, of course, he has been moving around. He used to play mid lane, but then left the mid lane to move to the support role so that they could bring in Alvingo and then, of course, Sun coming in there as well. And... 7th Heaven, I feel like out of all the Japanese teams that have brought in other Korean players, they've come out with the two strongest ones, Alvingo and Sun, because they complement the team very, very well. You have essentially what amounts to a triple threat here between Alvingo and Mweki as the carries, and of course Evie, who is subbing in for Hiron. Now, or not Hiron. Sorry, I messed that up. Excuse me, for Thinton. So their top laner, normally Thinton is a big Vladimir player. He plays wacky champions in the top lane. I look at him as like the face of the team, but he's unable to be here today, so they're using their sub Evie. Now, Evie, a monster whenever I watch him play solo queue, has a very meta champion pool, and while usually the meta counter pick to picking Maokai is something like a Gnar, Bonzin, the highest KDA player over the course of Season 1 of LJL, is going to be bringing out a Shyvana. Now, Shyvana does very well traditionally versus Maokai, especially when you build Cinderhulk. You've got a lot of persistent magic damage over time, and of course you can go for that Blade of the Ruin King build, although when you build Cinderhulk you don't usually get that item unless it's as a luxury. It's still an interesting counter pick to Maokai, who usually stacks up a lot of health early on. You got Twin Bite, and of course your Flame Breath to punish a little bit for the way that is... the way the health items stack up on Maokai. So we've got our final rosters locked in for both teams. I'm actually a really big fan of Immortal 7th Heaven's roster. Not only just their players, they've got a very strong mid lane presence from Cassiopeia, and more importantly, they've got guaranteed hard engage from the On the Hunt slingshot to get Evie's Maokai into the backline of the enemy team. Now, to counter all of that out, of course, there's Emperor's Divide, an Explosive Cask, swap back from Udapon's Urgot. And of course I say that a little bit hesitantly because Udapon, probably the most famous player in Japan at this point. He's the star AD carry of a region kind of defined by their AD carries. It would be like, you know, Faker is the most well-known Korean player just because he's incredibly good at his mid lane role. So you compare other mid laners to Faker. Well, when it comes to the AD carry role, the most prominent role in Japan, you compare everybody to Udapon, who is actually just a monster. Although Mweki, he's kind of the monster killer. When I mentioned 7th Heaven and how they came out with a big showing in the last season of LJL, which is ironically the first season of LJL as well, Mweki was one of the only AD carries who could consistently 1v1 Utapon in lane if they ever wound up in a 1v1 situation. There were a couple of really, really cool moments. I think there were highlight reels made out of it from last season of Mweki just going off on, I think he was playing, what was his champion last season that he always played? It was Jinx, that's right. Would always go with Jinx as soon as it was open, but this time around, we get to not only compare AD carries, who are some of the best AD carries in Japan, but we also get to compare our starting lineups. So let's go over both of our teams in the top lane. For 7th Heaven, we got Evie subbing in for Thinton. Of course, he'll be going up against Bonzen, highest KDA of our previous season in the jungle. This is where we get to compare a couple of our newcomers. We have Rokenia going up against Sun. Two players from Korea they'll be matching up, but in the mid lane too, we've got another big comparison. Seros, often called the Japanese Faker, he'll be playing off against Alvingo, well-traveled Korean player and a new face to LJL. In the AD carry, it's Mweki. He'll be facing off against longtime rival Utapon, one of the best AD carries in Japan, and in support. Joining them in the bottom lane is Clockday, moving from mid lane to support, facing off against Hwang, one of the Korean players there on Detonation Focus Me. That's the lineup, but this is game number 2 of LJL Season 2 as 7th Heaven takes on Detonation Focus Me. I want to welcome you to tonight's matchups. If you have never watched the LJL region before, if you don't know what Japanese League of Legends is like, well, you've picked a good match to check out because this represents 2 of the highest level teams in LJL. I was actually talking with a couple of LJL experts, and they said they'd be really surprised if 7th Heaven didn't take 1st or 2nd place this season. Heard a couple of different things. So 1st or 2nd, 7th Heaven, a lot of belief in this team. After a surprising start last season, they have a lot of hope behind them. Of course, they've got a lot of power behind them too. They also actually picked up a new coach for the team. His name is Joy Luck. He's actually one of the NLB casters in Korea. I think they renamed to Korea Challengers. Basically the Korean Challenger League. Joy Luck is one of the commentators. He's actually moved to be the coach for 7th Heaven, and he is incredibly smart. I had a chance to work with him for Nice Game TV for a while, and he would consistently show me a lot of the content he was producing, a lot of the analysis, and it just blew my mind how just blatantly intelligent this guy is. So hopefully his coaching is paying off. This is only the first game of the season. So, of course, a lot on the line. So we're going to get a chance to see what's going on here. So Bonzen is actually going to do a jungle camp before he actually heads into lane. Oh, here comes Clockday. He'll check him out, but I don't think he's going to roam too much deeper into the enemy jungle for fear of being collapsed upon. But it's still, in the end, a relatively interesting jungle path. You can actually see the support in Hwang roaming with Rokenia, Korean duo going into the enemy jungle, and they're going to counter jungle a blue buff, but almost identically timed on the other side of the map. You can see exactly the same thing happening with Sun and Clockday. So some coordination, maybe across language barriers there. Seventh Heaven, when they came in, I often kind of thought to myself, was like, look, what are we looking for 7th Heaven? Standard Japanese challenger team? No, they have such a flashy playstyle, and I'll point it out when it happens here because Mweki at AD carry goes almost as ham as Utapon, which is why I love to compare them because they are just so exciting to watch. And excitement and entertainment are 2 of the things that Immortal 7th Heaven actually focused on when they were giving their I think player statements earlier for 7th Heaven. What they said is that they hope everybody watches them because they hope to exceed their people's expectations. And they wanted people to cheer for them, not only because they were the greatest players, but because they provided the greatest entertainment. And that was the big thing they promised to deliver on, was entertainment. So even if these games aren't necessarily close, you're going to have fun watching 7th Heaven play. And for Detonation Focus Me, their eyes aren't even necessarily on LJL, because they're coming off of the champions of Season 1. Their eyes are set on the world, and after a relatively disappointing showing at the International Wildcard Invitational, it was actually really interesting to see them return to Japan and say, look, we're down, but we're not out. Revamp the roster, come back even stronger, and it's going to be really, really cool to watch them play tonight versus the now immortal 7th Heaven. I tweeted at Thinton before this game started. I was like, dude, you guys renamed yourself to Immortal 7th Heaven. Does that mean that you're not going to die when I watch 7th Heaven play tonight? And he was like, absolutely yes, because I'm not playing tonight. And I was like, oh, well, I guess you can be immortal if you're not playing. But for the players who are playing tonight, we'll see how immortal they actually are, and whether or not immortal is just them winning all their games would be actually really exciting to watch. Now, this comes in as a first versus third matchup, and these are the seedings based on the previous season of LJL. So, not this season. Everybody's tied. It's the first week of the season. So, we're going to see how things match up after this day of play, because it's actually going to be really, really cool to watch and see what... Oh, no. Are they really going to tunnel and flash over this wall? I'm pretty sure Evie's going to flash over the wall and CC Zeros. Zeros does have his flash available, so if he goes back to... Oh, I think he saw Sun. He's going to ward over the wall, and there comes the tunnel in from Sun. Will we see the flash twisted advance from Evie? We probably shouldn't, but man, look at that Sand Soldier. Doing so much work and ushering Evie and Sun away. Zeros going to take out that tunnel just to make sure there's no sneaky gank paths in behind it, but really good awareness there from Zeros to notice, hey, we don't see a lot of players on the map, so better watch out and see if I'm getting flanked. Now, that all being said, Alvingo is actually doing a really good job in lane. He's getting a lot of CS. He's actually up in stacks as well. I think he's about to hit 100, and we're only here at about the 6-minute mark. Is at 70 right about now, but now it's actually Zeros who took an early trip back to base. He bought double Doran's ring, so has overall maybe a little bit more damage, but Alvingo did get his Tear of the Goddess buy, which is the big important early item timing to hit. Now Rokenia facing off against Clock Day, gets an auto attack, shield is up, and now it's down. As Rokenia chases Clock Day back through the jungle, hook away, and Rokenia won't be able to chase out on that. You can try to like cancel the hook to try to get that oh man, Sun actually taking a lot of damage. Unipon's putting out the deeps. Oh, mid lane though, Alvingo. There's the flash after the body slam. The slow coming in, and it's first blood for Rokenia. He needs to watch out for that minion damage. He might actually die from the minions, but he's just barely going to get out of there alive. Zeros there to body block those mean old minions and keep them from killing off Rokenia. Once again, brief explanation. So there is no Japanese server just yet. So the players actually used to play Season 1 of LJL was all played on the North American servers, and players would get anywhere from like 130 to maybe like 200 pings. So very high ping timings, like living on the East Coast essentially. But for this season of LJL, they're actually all playing on the Korean server, which has about 50 ping, so it's a much more standardized experience. Lower ping means, you know, bigger plays, more accuracy on your mechanics, and now we're actually going to see the all-in there. Zero's trying to get the knockback. He knocks out Vingo. He's just getting knocked around by everyone. It's Huang, Rokenia both coming in there for the kill, and that one goes to Huang, and even though Clock Day was right there to support. Oh no, the knockback up from underneath the turret. He's forced to flash over the Raptor camp wall and just narrowly gets out of there alive. Detonation focused me with just big mobility plays on the mid lane. And by mobility, I don't mean their mobility. I mean their ability to make the other champions go mobile with things like Explosive Cask, Headbutt Pulverize, even the Emperor's Divide. I'm surprised they're not playing like Lee Sin top lane or something, just so they can have another big repositioning tool. But now Huang moving down to the bottom lane. I think he actually was scouted out by that ward just a second before it died. And that will single Evie to whack off of this turret and possibly could give the first turret kill of the game over here to Detonation Focus Me. Gonna get a quick instant replay of this mid lane matchup. A minor knockup, but the big one is the Emperor's Divide right into Huang and Rokenia. And you're going to see all that there, but Rokenia hasn't even ulted just yet. So he's going to be able to throw out that Explosive Cast, turn it backwards. But let's go ahead and hop right back to live. You can see the dive up on the top half of the map. But Moeki was very well aware of what he was going into. And that should be pointed out. Moeki is actually 20 CS up. Okay, it's more like 14 CS up We'll give it to you. Over Utapon, he's been CSing like a monster, and he has a very different build path as well, whereas Utapon was forced to buy a Tear of the Goddess early on. It's no additional attack damage. It's just first item Tear of the Goddess. That's coming in after a BF Sword and Pickaxe buy from Moeki, who's just coming back to base with a fresh buy. Utapon should probably get back there in a hurry. Because if Moeki were to say to just like walk straight down to Dragon right now, there's basically no pressure from Utapon. He has that level 6 for a swap, but his damage is just nowhere near in the world that Moeki is dealing with. He's a full 60 damage up just off of those items, give or take, and a much bigger source of damage in these fights. Now, that being said, you can also say the struggle towards Alvingo in the mid lane. He's been ganked a lot, he's 20 CS down, and it's actually Seros who's winning out that matchup with, once again, only a Tear of the Goddess being bought as the first item. Now, Evie gonna get dove again, no ward to scout that one out, and even though Huang is there to tank up some of the damage, he's out of there without even having to ult. Of course, he was only level 4, so he couldn't ult if he wanted to. That's just because he's been roaming so much around the map. To be fair, though, Clock Day is actually only level 3. How are you only level 3? Wow, at 10.5 minutes. That is a very under-leveled support. And to be fair, both supports have been roaming around the map quite a bit. But Clock Day, only level 3, is a big, big difference. 4 levels behind his mid laner. Pings onto the mid lane again. Alvingo really singled out here by Detonation Focus Me as the player to focus. Another dive in, but primarily just baiting out some of that poison. Some exclamation marks. Seros saying, come on, man, save me. I accidentally got hit by the poison, and it was actually just really good by Alvingo to know his ranges. Seros, I don't know if he messed up the combo and didn't go quite far enough in there, but wound up getting punished pretty heavily, so that will punish him in the health regen department, forcing him back to base after using all of his potions. Detonation Focus Me. It's kind of interesting to see them put Utapon on Urgot, because for Urgot, the issue with Urgot is that he's traditionally an anti-carry, so he's saying, look, I am not necessarily going to carry as hard as you, but I'm going to keep you from carrying. He's like, oh no, the flash! The no stun from Alvingo, but look at the damage he's putting on the Seros! Didn't even need the help from Sun off to the side. Alvingo just gets the flash ult onto Seros, and even just the slow is good enough. The second dive here onto Evie knocks him back away. Urgot taking up the turret, but Turgot out of there safe and sound, and now the roam from 7th Heaven. They'll try to turn this one around. Sun tunnels in, but here's the teleport. It's immediately the dive in from Bonzin. He's a very, very big dragon. Gets that hit onto Clock Day, smites him down. It's Utapon there to pick up the kill. Now Dragon afterwards. No further fighting, but a big global objective if Detonation can take this one down. Dragon number 1 goes over to Detonation Focus Me, and 7th Heaven, they had the right idea collapsing to the bottom lane, but beautiful teleport timing from Bonzin. And if you have to know Bonzin for anything, every time you see Bonzin there, the top laner for Detonation Focus Me, you should know about his teleport timings. They are second to none. And maybe Thinton, the normal top laner for Immortal 7th Heaven, he might be on top of the teleport timings pretty close, but nothing touches Bonzin. He led the LJL in KDA last split, and one of the reasons that he was able to find so many kills as a top laner, you don't really traditionally think of top laners picking up tons of kills per game, at least not more than, AP or AD carries. One of the reasons he was able to find so many kills is he would routinely pull like a go-going, and I say that because, it's very comparable, where you're just so on top of your teleports, you know exactly where you need to be, TP, and he would routinely pick up double kills. In fact, there's actually a little bit of an LJL meme about him last season, about how well he used teleport to get double kills on the bottom lane. So it was kind of cool to see, such a strong component of being just a renowned top laner there in Bonzin off of his TP timings. So So now that I've ranted and raved about Bonzin my fair share of times, oh no, Utapon getting a little bit close, but here in the mid lane, we got to watch an Alvingo 1v3. Does he have help coming his way? Yep, it's going to be a 3v3 almost immediately. Seros says no, gets a nice Emperor's Divide, pushes Sun back away, and immediately you can see the pings on the map saying, look, don't fight here. Mueki versus Utapon, the flashback on in. Utapon gets the 1v1 in the river. And even though Evi's there to teleport there in time, he does have flash, but he's not in range of Twisted Advance. He could throw out the sapling, but that's all he has to offer. Seventh Heaven, though, trying to take out Huang. Won't be able to find any kills, and a beautiful 1v1 there by Utapon. Huang and Utapon reunited there. Huang faced a little bit of criticism from just his solo queue performances. He's not actually that great in a non-organized situation, but for this, you know, organized 5v5 team play, the scrims that Detonation Focus Me have been doing and practicing these strategies, you can really see how much of an impact he has on the game, even though his individual score may not be that great. I mean, it's 1-0-3, can't get much better than that. Now, the dive in onto Evie, he's gonna Twisted Advance away. Can he make it out of here alive? No, pop goes the, well, tree. It's not a weasel, it's tree. Evie going down. Dragons greater than trees. I think that's an equation we can agree on. And of course, 2 champions greater than 1 champion. I think that's a fair assumption there as well. Oh, Mueki gonna get slowed up just a little bit. Nice spell shield on the last one. Could have put up the spell shield to avoid maybe the hyperkinetic position reverser, but in the end, he gets away. But when you're an 80 carry and you're on your own and you're forced to run away from the enemy 80 carry, I think that's fairly indicative of how this game is going. Tunnel under the wall, Seros, a little bit in enemy territory. Will back off there. And keep in mind, it's 2-1 in turrets, so if Utapon can take down this turret in the bottom lane, that would represent the last remaining outer turret for 7th Heaven. So it'd actually be a really big deal to take down. Apologies for the minor pauses, kind of, you know, pulling my inner Chobra or Doa or whatever you want to call them. Doing the solo cast here. We'll have co-casters for the remainder of the season, but just starting things out. Trying to get everything done and covered and handled, and as far as play-by-play goes, I think that should be in the bag, but Japan, a very interesting meta when you talk about, you know, the deeper analysis and things. Because they're primarily a region that imitates other regions or metas, you can see a lot of hallmarks of, like, North American challenger teams here. You can see a lot of hallmarks of LPL and LCK. Here as far as like champion pools and strategies that they'll try to pull off. I'll never forget there was a point in last season of LJL where there's this specific like 3-man dive top lane that used to happen all the time. You're actually seeing hallmarks of it. Whoa, big ult coming in from Seros. He's gonna use the Emperor's Divide to knock Mueki back. He's trying to work his way back to the turret, but Clock Day's going for the other turret. Can he make it there in time? No, Seros there to clean up that Clock Day kill. And Detonation Focus Me with a beautiful cut down towards the bottom half of the map, and Immortal 7th Heaven just did not react in time, and you're starting to see Detonation Focus Me. Maybe not necessarily the individual 1v1 superstars, but as a team, just look at the plays that they're making. If you look at the number of assists right now, that's telling the biggest story right now. While there are 9 kills, you can see a total of 15 assists. So that means that on average, every time you find a kill, you're also finding a fifth of another champion there with you. Or is it a third of another champion? Regardless, lots of assists from all these team play kills for Focus Me, and just really exciting for me to see a team that isn't winning just like off of your win lane, win game kind of strategies that a lot of lower level teams like to go for. There's nothing lower level about Detonation Focus Me here as they rotate around the map. They have a low leveled support, so maybe that's lower level, but that's just because he's been roaming everywhere killing everyone, or at least helping his team do that. Pink Ward down here at the Dragon Pit with a Scuttle Crab in their favor. 7th Heaven looking to take an objective of their own, and immediate recall pings there for Detonation Focus Me, saying, look, we can't get there in time, give up the dragon, let's go push some other objectives. And I think that other objective might just be top lane. You can see Evie, who has not had a great game this game, has been continually dove. He's actually double the CS behind Bonzen. So what is that, about 74 CS difference? Yet a little bit ridiculous there for Bonzen, as he has just been farming up a storm in the top lane. Has the Juggermaw, or not Juggermaw, the Cinder Hulk. I don't know why I say those, confuse those two, but has Cinder Hulk, has a giant spell on top of that, and that is a ton of HP to look for. Sarah scored over the wall just to clear out a wave as it pushes up the mid lane. And Alvingo this game, he's dealing relatively well with being so pressured in the mid lane. So many ganks coming his way. They put him 0-2 and they got him far behind. But he's not terribly far behind in items. He's down about 60 CS in lane, which is pretty crippling. But he does have a completed Abyssal Scepter. And he has been able to pick up 1v1 kills on Saros before. That's the only death, was that 1v1 that Alvingo picked up on Saros. So it's good to see him, going for these all-in plays and making them work out. Unfortunately, it's going to take maybe a little bit more than just Alvingo picking up a kill. You got to have some participation from the rest of the team. Flash into the pit. Where's the steal? No, it's actually a smite steal, if you want to call it that, for Bonzen, who uses his smite to secure that Baron. Only one kill off of that. Oh, no, there's the double kill. I was like, wait, is he actually going to survive? No, he's going to drop down. And by he, I mean Nautilus and Rek'Sai both going down. Clock Day's support, a little bit lacking. He swaps into the support role. And you can even hear him in the interview before. He's like, if you guys want to watch how to support at a challenger level, watch me. And one of the reasons he is so confident is because he is one of the bigger, is one of the more animated players, let's put it that way, in the LJL. If you've ever seen Clock Day, I promise you, just take a look at the 7th Heaven player lineup, and you'll be able to tell who Clock Day is immediately. Sometimes he's the guy with the wacky hair. Sometimes he's the guy with equally wacky personality. But, oh, Alvingo, ooh, half health off of just Sand Soldiers underneath that turret. That's not going to last very much longer. Detonation Focus Me. Crush down their 5th turret kill of the game. Really a lot more of a shutout than I expected for Detonation Focus Me. They've had control over every lane. They've only given up 1 kill, which to be fair was a solo kill, so fairly impressive for Alvingo. But honestly, I didn't really know what to expect from Detonation Focus Me's Korean players. While teams like Ozone Rampage got their 2 Korean players from sort of an exchange program with Chunam Technical University, one of the big tech schools in Korea. They worked it out so they got 2 players from that school. And it's a very prestigious League of Legends school, if you want to look at it that way. They've always had one of the best collegiate teams in Korea, along with Korea University. But for Detonation Focus Me, they actually just recruited their Korean players out of solo queue. So you have a Diamond 1 support and jungler in Rokania and Hwang. And so not a lot of real history to look back on. So you have to rely on just scouting, saying, look, these guys are really good, they have a lot of potential, let's scout them for our team. And when it comes to scouting Korean players, the entire world's been doing that. So to find 2 players that are able to perform at this level, 0 deaths apiece and a combined score of 4, 0, and 11 between both Hwang and Rokania. Detonation Focus Me got a pretty good deal here, and it's good to see them reforming as a team, looking to become even stronger. And there was a saying, I believe, in the Liquid Legends article that was written about tonight's matches, said of Detonation Focus Me, and that it's difficult to improve when you're standing on your own mountain. And it basically just goes to say that, when you're the best team in your region, it can be a little bit difficult to improve past that to emerge on a global scale. And of course, I believe the exact quote was, "You can only get so strong when you stand atop your own mountain." And so basically, Detonation Focus Me have gotten a taste of international travel. They played in NLB, that was the Korean Challenger Series, lost 0-2 there in the bracket stages. They played at IEM Singapore, if I'm not mistaken, Season 9, I believe that was. And lost 0-2 there as well. And then they went to the International Wildcard Tournament, and they managed to take at least one game before losing all of their rest. And honestly, a lot of high hopes, but not a lot of high expectations for them at the International Wildcard. And so they come back to Japan, very strong in their region, but very weak globally, with a lot to improve on. And, well, one way to improve on it is by continuing to illustrate your domination, your mastery of League of Legends, and 11-1 is a pretty good illustration of that. Keeping an eye on the rotations here. Looks like just Dragon live, but not alive for long. Should be going down here as Detonation take it for their second Dragon of the game. Tied at 1-1. 7th Heaven were able to get a really nice Dragon snipe. Just get in, get out alive there. But we're really looking for some action on the map. I can only introduce the teams and players so much. Sooner or later, you guys actually have to like latch on and say, look, that dude did something sick. I want to watch him play again. What team was he on? Well, he's on 7th Heaven or Detonation. And then you kind of get to know the teams and the players. And it's a little bit more difficult because they are in a different country. They speak a different language. But when you watch the games, when people make sick plays, there's only so much you can say about that other than, you know, wow, that was awesome. Or other forms of congratulations. That didn't quite work out the way I was wanting it to. But then again, maybe this that one death for Saros didn't work out the way he was wanting it to either, so. Sand Soldiers to zone out inside the pit, and great side lane control here for Detonation Focus Me. You can see they've started the bottom lane pushing. They have a 4-1 situation right here with Bonzin with teleport up. He's even so close to the base, he could probably just walk in and Dragon's Descent on the team fight. And so Detonation playing the siege game incredibly well, pushing their lanes in, waiting for their minion waves to push, and sieging up here on the mid lane turret. You can see Saros also, whenever a minion wave comes up, he'll go ahead and use Arise on the turret as quickly as possible just to make sure he gets that guaranteed turret damage down. Bonzin in the top lane, trying to push. Whoa, there's the big engage on Alvingo. They're going to lock him back with a big explosive cast, and with, oh my gosh, with Bonzin right on top of him. He's actually staying alive for just a little bit longer than I expected. He's actually out of there safe and sound. Detonation Focus Me inside the base, but look at Unipon. He flashes on Mweki, takes him down, and for the rest of Detonation, they're just giving it up to Unipon. A triple kill. At the end of the day, not quite an ace because Alvingo didn't die, but a huge dive inside the base. And a turret and inhibitor for their trebles. A big takedown at the 27-minute mark. It's the first inhibitor of the game going to Detonation Focus Me. The order is given. I also often thought, I think I saw a front page post on Reddit for pizza delivery Azir. So that every time he like picks up the phone, you call in your pizza order, he's like, the order is given. Now he just needs a delivery quote. I'm pretty sure he has one of those. But either way, because then he has like, I don't know, like pizza delivery like, dudes as his sand soldiers. And he just like throws them out and they're just like throwing them out. Oh, miss on the explosive cast. Wango might still be able to find the engage, headbutt, pulverize. Oh my goodness, Bonzin didn't even give Alvingo time enough to throw out his ultimate. So much mass CC. Huang just on top of everything this game. 1, 1, and 9. Finally found a death for himself off of that turret dive. And I think Rokenia died off of that dive too. So incredible coordination and just team play here. Sun over the wall there. Has some steal potential if he wants to tunnel in. Needs some wards over just to check things out. Baron dropping down pretty low, 2,000 HP, 1,000 if he's going to tunnel in, he needs to get it, but immediate suppression! And Unipon swaps himself over the wall. Sun probably, yeah, not going to make it out of this one alive. One more Acid Hunter, that's all it takes. Bonzin steals the kill away with a Flame Breath after diving over the wall himself. And that is going to be 1 kill, 1 Baron, and a whole lot of pushing power here for Detonation Focus Me. 28 minutes into the game, they've taken 1 inhibitor, looking to push up top lane for a second. For Alvingo and Sun, once again, I mentioned if you've seen Alvingo, it's probably because of his Katarina montages. But since then, he's actually diversified quite a bit. Oh, I can't even talk about it. He's going to get insected by the Azir. Emperor's Divide, dropping him down, and now Mueki, not sure why he's macroing back forward, does hit a spell shield on the body slam, but as if a rivalry developing before our eyes, Unipon, they are right again to take him out for the second time in a row. Heavy, tanky, but not tanky enough. There's a triple kill for Unipon. Get the camera, because Unipon is on top of this game with his second triple kill in a row. And together with the rest of Detonation Focus Me, they don't even care about getting kills at this point. Or do they? Nope, not going to go for it. Just going to take down these Nexus turrets. One falling, second one will fall. And at 30 minutes into the game, Detonation Focus Me will take a 20-3 victory over Immortal 7th Heaven. Congratulations, Detonation Focus Me. You can see looks of relief on their faces. For the first game in what is going to be a very long season, Alvingo a little bit happy to be alive there. And of course, congratulations to him and the rest of Detonation Focus Me for a dominant first victory in LJL Season 2. That's going to do it for our second game, which means that there's only one more game coming up. So if you came here to watch a certain team, well, hopefully you've gotten to see them, or of course are going to stick around to watch just a little bit more, because coming up next, it's Detonation Rabbit 5, now no longer a part of Detonation. They're just Rabbit 5, and they'll be playing off against Ozone Rampage coming up next. But before we get into that last game of the night, let's go ahead and check out some damage stats here. 20,000 damage dealt there by Saros, of course, just barely outdoing his 80 carry counterpart in Unipon. But of course, picking up more kills with less damage, maybe that's a stat that means you're more talented. I don't know about that. But either way, an incredible performance there. Finishing the game with a score of 11-0-3, Unipon, definitely the series MVP. Maybe you want to give it to Hwang, whose early roams just crushed every single lane. It was very impactful and sacrificed his own levels and power to do so. Really good support performance from him. I'm actually really surprised by how well Hwang did after not having seen him play with the Detonation team. Looked like he just meshed right in there. Had some great roams along there as well. And for Sun and Alvingo, the Korean players, new additions to 7th Heaven, they come in as a little bit, maybe, I don't want to say overhyped just yet, because it's only one game. But for Alvingo specifically, he did not react to being camped super hard early game. Went like 0-3 in lane, did find one solo kill, which illustrated at least his individual prowess. But that's going to do it for our second game. We'll come back after just a short break with Rabbit 5 taking on Ozone Rampage for our last game this first opening day of LJL Season 2. Stick around, we'll be right back. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to LJL Season 2. My name is Reed Rapid Melton, and joining me to help out with translations is my good friend Cameron Shirokaisen Gilbert. He's going to help us out with translations here in between with our sponsor interviews, and then, of course, also with the player interviews. So I'd like to turn things over to Cameron and let him translate what DJ Muchan has to say.
Thank you very much. DJ Muchan over here is introducing sponsors and talking about how Detonation Focus Me last season was able to do so well and be the top team and represent Japan. The third match is going to be Ozone Rampage versus Rabbit 5, who are no longer a part of Detonation. And now we're going to have yet another introduction from our sponsors. Now we're going to hear from NVIDIA. NVIDIA is saying congratulations to LJL for setting up their new season, and they're very glad that they can be a part of it. And now they're just introducing their GeForce GPUs. Their graphics cards for the purpose of gaming. All of the PCs at Esports Square are using NVIDIA GeForce graphics cards. he hopes that all of the players here in LJL will be able to spread their wings and make it out into the rest of the world. Next up, we're going to hear from Intel. And DJ Muchan himself is going to introduce Intel. You can all register for free on the Intel Extreme Club fan club at this link below. Next, he'll introduce Lifecard and Purika. It's a prepaid card that you can use just like a Visa card for the internet. You can use this to buy League of Legends skins. Next up, we're going to have Ozone Rampage versus Rabbit 5, so please wait, and we'll get right into the third match.
All right, thank you very much, Cameron. Do appreciate Shira Kaisen coming in here and translating for us here tonight. We'll get a chance to hear from him in just a little bit for the last of our player interviews. But in the meantime, stick around. We'll have our third game of the night coming up here in just a little bit. As LJL Season 2 continues right after this.
The difference between winning and losing isn't measured in meters or seconds anymore. Now it's micrometers and milliseconds. Every challenge is a call to play smarter, to push further, to be better. That's why we put every aspect of gaming under the microscope and obsess over every detail. If it doesn't exist, we build it. We test, we retest. With every breakthrough, we push gaming a step forward. And every step forward is an opportunity for a new breakthrough. We are Logitech G. Gaming is our passion. Winning is our pursuit. Science is our method.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Season 2 of the LJL coming your way with a player interview with two of the players from Detonation Focus Me. We just saw there in our previous game. It's going to be Utapon, and I believe that's that is their jungler, if I'm not mistaken.
Rapenia.
Yeah, there it is. It is Rokenia. And once again, to give translation, it's Cameron Shirakaisen Gilbert.
He was able to play his best champion, and the composition they played was one they practiced a lot, so he was able to do really well. So that's why you were able to have a really good flow during that game. How long has it been since you first started playing with Detonation Focus Me? It's only been 1 week. It's really not been very long at all. How were you able to play with such clean combinations? I worked hard to be able to pick whatever champions I could in this really small amount of time. I think it's incredible that you're able to play so well and with such a little time to practice. What are you thinking for next week? I think we can win really easily as long as we're able to get it going just like we did today. How are you going to practice to get that flow going? We have two analysts who are able to do ban and picks for us, so we practice the movements to go along with those ban and picks, and that's how we prepare for our matches. What about you, Rokiana? How do you feel about the next week's match? I have complete confidence that if we can play like we did today, we won't lose again next week either. What do you think about Rokenia? I'd never played with a jungler who's really able to move the match like Rokenia did. So I think that's really incredible. What do you think, Rokenia? I'm really happy to hear that, and I'm really happy that I'm able to play on the team with the best ADC and the best mid player in all of Japan. Yutapon is a really, really strong AD carry, and once he gets going, he definitely won't die. He's that kind of player. Congratulations on your win, and please work hard. We're cheering for you for next week. This has been Detonation Focus Me's Yutapon and Rokenia. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Cameron. Appreciate your translations as always. For us, that means we're going to take a quick commercial break, and then we'll be getting into our last game of the night here at LJL Season 2. So if you've been here all night, thanks for sticking around. Stick around just a little bit longer for Rabbit 5 taking on Ozone Rampage when we come back.
人生という名前の街を僕はさまよっていた。未来、思い出、時間、そして今。くだらなくて美しい。この街は何だ。生きるってなんだ。ライフカード。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be turning it back over to Cameron, Shirokaisen Gilbert for a translation of this interview with Rabbit 5.
How was last season? We just practiced and practiced over and over again. And when we realized that we won, we tried really hard every single match. Thinking back, it was like, oh yeah, that was really good each time. I think we also were kind of lucky. We've changed a lot. We've changed some of our members, and I think we're going to continue to grow from here. There are times where we won, but it was really, we won like individually, and I want to be able to win as a team. The question was, do you still think you definitely don't want to listen to RJ or lose to RJ? And the response was, I'm not really thinking about that. I just want to win. What is your goal for this season? You're going to be able to play against 7th Heaven's Ebby, who was on your team last time. He says, I'm really looking forward to it. I really want to just do my job this season, Zeros says. Nanakane moved from manager to moved from support to manager, and Awaker says that Nanakane-san was always much older before, and he always was really well put together, and that he's making a good manager. Who are you focusing on this season? They say not at teams, but on specific players. He says that since he switched to support, he's really thinking about different supports, and he wants to stand out strong as a support. Tremble in front of my Thresh. Zero says he's focusing on FM. So is that still? Because Saros is there. He wants to beat Rampage and he wants to beat FM, Moyashi says. Zero says he'll do better than he did in Season 1. Only look at my Thresh, says Awaker. Azira's OP. Lots of people cheered me on last season. I really felt your presence at the offline tournaments and online. We were really bummed when we couldn't win, but we're planning on, no matter what team makes it to the playoffs, we're going to win, and we're going to make it to the finals, and we're going to win the finals.
All right, some big words from an equally big team. Rabbit 5 will be playing next, so stick around. And once again, thank you to my good friend Cameron, Shirokaisen Gilbert, for providing translations for us here tonight. We'll probably hear maybe a little bit more from him later on. But for now, we're going to take a quick break before we hop into our last game of the night. As Detonation Rabbit, or no longer Detonation, Rabbit 5 take on Ozone Rampage. Last game of the evening. Stick around. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to LJL Season 2. My name is Reed Rapid Melton, and of course, on your screen right now, you can see the Japanese commentators, Eyes and Revel. I will be casting in English, so I do want to welcome you to this stream. Season 2 has been a long time coming. It's been a couple of months since we've come back from LJL Grand Finals. In between then, we've gotten to see Detonation Focus Me play at the International Wildcard Tournament. But now we're back for an all-Japanese tournament. Of course, with some new Korean players being added to some of the rosters. We're about to see one of those rosters take the stage right now, as Ozone Rampage face off against the second place team from last season, Rabbit 5. Now, Ozone Rampage come out with a couple of Korean players new to the team that are replacing very essential roles on their team, Dode and Dara. Dara specifically, a support player that has been crushing solo queue ever since I've gotten a chance to take a look at his games. Since joining the team, he's made a big impact. And of course, Dode in the jungle too. Both of these players come from Chunam Technical University. It's one of the biggest colleges in Korea. And it also has a very prestigious gaming platform when it comes to League of Legends teams. I believe it was either Bang or Wolf came from Chunam Technical University. So there's a lot of hype behind them. They come in as really a lot on their plates too. College, professional, League of Legends, esports, language barriers, traveling to a new team. A lot on the line here, so let's go ahead and talk about what they have going on as far as picks and bans. Thresh, Azir, and Gragas bans out, and it's no surprise to ban Azir versus Estelle. Estelle, and in case you guys aren't familiar with the Rabbit 5 roster, they come out with a big change, and that is Rainbrain in the jungle. Now, Rainbrain has always come out as, he's got brain in his name for a reason. He's very, very smart, but sometimes things don't necessarily work out for him, and that happened a lot over the course of his previous competitive experience. And so for Rabbit 5, I can't necessarily help but think that they come in as slight favorites just based on their positioning through last season. Ozone Rampage was a lot of hype behind them, but they really never delivered, and they finished in the middle of the pack, I believe at 4th place last season. And Rabbit 5 finished at 2nd place, and so maybe just, as far as numbers go, that's one place to look for it. Coming up next in the champion select, Rainbrain will lock in Sivir, so there's already an insta-lock on the first 2 picks here. For Rabbit 5, that means that they're going to get both of their AD carry and support, but it means a little bit more than that. Japan, and at least LJL, is a very AD carry-centric region, so locking in a Sivir this early for Zeros is a big statement to make. And this is in the face of a season number 1, where if they ever passed up getting Kalista or Jinx, you just never saw the end of it. Kalista, Jinx, 2 of the hardest carries that we got a chance to see last season. That's already an insta-lock on Sivir. Now, locking in the Corki into Sivir, Corki does not do particularly well. Sivir has Spell Shield for the Phosphorus Bomb or Rockets, and it's just really difficult to deal with that much damage absorption in early trades, and of course later on as well. So confused at the Corki pick, but that might be a mid lane Corki for Tay. Meron, of course, one of the best AD carries in Japan on his own, but with a team that didn't necessarily support him in that role last season. We'll see if this team fits maybe a little bit better together, because it'll be laning with a brand new support. It's a support that doesn't necessarily speak well, actually, I'm not totally sure about that, because I'm not sure. Some of the players have actually are Korean, but have been living in Japan for a while ago, or for a while yet. So it'll be interesting to see if Dode and Dara fare maybe a little bit better than Sun and Alvingo did on 7th Heaven. A little bit lackluster their performance there, but now we get a chance to see what the mid lane pickup here is for Tay. Looks like it's going to be Cassiopeia. And Cassiopeia picked as a sustained damage dealer. One of the reasons you see Azir banned is because he does that so well. Basically the same situation for Cassiopeia. But initially right now, I'm kind of wondering what Estelle is going to pick up here. Traditionally, Estelle has played a lot of assassin champions like Zed, like Diana, kind of a hallmark there. So I'm waiting to see if he wants to go for the I'm just going to kill you over and over again approach and picks the aggressive option into it, or if he's just going to go for, hey, I want to poke along with you, and picks up something like a Xerath to go versus this Ziggs. Xerath, a big pick for the mid lane between Estelle and Saros, both of whom play that. And versus the Ziggs, you want some long-range, heavy wave clear, or of course, like I said, you can go the aggressive route. Pick a big assassin like either Cassin or Zed or something along those lines, and just kill him over and over again if he can't disengage quickly enough. Last pick for Awaker is going to go to Estelle, and it's a lock-in on Cassiopeia. So that actually makes a big difference here for Estelle, because that means that while they will both be able to have long-range harass from poison or bouncing bombs, a lot of wave clear. The wave clear advantage goes to Tay's Ziggs, but the overall just team fight potential, you gotta give that to Cassiopeia. An incredibly hard scaling hyper carry, tons of potential persistent damage. And I really actually like that when you combo that together with all the massive CC. When you look at Rabbit 5, if you're an immobile champion and you look at RF, you just start to think about all the Banshee's Veils and Quicksilver Sashes you can buy, because it's not necessarily a foregone conclusion that when you get locked up for them, you're going to take a lot of pain coming your way. So I would have expected a little bit more maybe counter engage, which is why you can see Tay was initially hovering over the Cassiopeia to start with, didn't decide to go for it, and now Rabbit 5 set up for a monstrous amount of area of effect team fight potential. And versus Ozone Rampage, they're actually a much more poke-centric team. They've got Meron on an 80 carry that is very well known for his poke, and even might build a little bit heavier ability power, or things like a Haunting Guise or a Luden's Echo. I've seen a few 80 carries like to run that, although primarily that's used for mid lane Corki. And interesting to see the cleanse there on Tay if he ever gets stunned up by any of that hard CC. Basically, if you can take cleanse versus this Rabbit 5 team comp, you pretty much have to. I just can't get over how stacked their team is for hard crowd control. I think about the only way that they could have harder CC is by putting like a Callista in that 80 carry role, so that you could get the area of effect knockup into area of effect knockup, and then maybe you put like a Rek'Sai in the jungle and there's another knockup. That'd actually be really ridiculous, and then you just gnar them all anyway. But either way, the big thing for a Rabbit 5 is CC and team fighting. But for Rampage, they've got a ton of counter engage with Braum ult, the Glacial Fissure, and then of course Hecarim either diving in or diving away if he gets caught. A lot of versatility there. And Amuse is actually going for Ignite top lane. Amuse, I believe the third placing highest KDA top laner, next to Bonzen and was it Fenton? I'm not sure exactly who got second place, but last season, Amuse had a great season. So did Meron, but the rest of the team just didn't complement them quite as well. So it's interesting to see them bring in new players, new Korean players at that, from Cheonam Technical University, Dode and Dara, and a lot of eyes will be on these players. And just like in the last game, it was interesting to compare the new Korean players between Detonation, Focus Me, and Seventh Heaven. Now we get to see how Ozone's newly revamped roster faces off against, well, what was the second strongest team in LJL. And to be fair, for most of LJL's Season 1, Rabbit 5 were actually in the first place until the very end, when Detonation Focus Me were able to dethrone them and take a 3-0 victory in the grand finals. So Rabbit 5 should be the favorites coming into this. They certainly have a very synergistic team composition. But I'm really interested to see Dode on a very mechanical 80 carry, to see what he can do with that Lee Sin. Dode did not impress me when I was watching him earlier in just in general solo queue. He basically, as far as his jungle pool was concerned, he played a lot of tank junglers, a lot of like Nunu, Gragas, Sejuani, your top tier tank junglers. But Lee Sin was a champion that he consistently went to for plays, and while he had very strong individual performances, he never got the opportunity to really carry his team, at least over the course of his last 5 or 6 Lee Sin games. So I'm kind of questioning the Lee Sin pick maybe just a little bit, but it will be up to the rest of his team to figure out, hey, how do we combo with with this, where, you know, because you see all those like crazy insect kicks, the alley-oop, right back and forth. But that's going to do it for our champion picks and bans. We're about to get into our last game of the night here, and you can see Eyes and Revel on the screen. Getting ready for the matchups in the top lane for Detonation, or for previously Detonation Rapid 5, now just Rapid 5, it's Yuta, and he'll be facing off against a Muse. Muse maybe a slight favorite there in that matchup, but Rapid 5 a very strong team together. In the jungle, new to the team, it's Rainbrain, and he'll be facing off against the Korean player Dode. Mid lane matchup is gonna be a monster. It's Tay versus Estelle. Estelle kind of the mini Saros in a lot of different ways, but he'll be playing Cassiopeia versus Tay's Ziggs. AD carries. For Ozone Rampage, it's Mero Meron, and he will be facing off against the apprentice to Utapon himself, it's Zerost. One of the most impactful roles in LJL is the support. They'll be joining them. It's Dara, Korean player, joining the bottom lane for Ozone Rampage, and of course, Awaker there for Rapid 5. We're getting out onto the Rift for our final game of the night, so welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the League of Legends Japan League Season 2. My name is Rapid, and I hope you guys are enjoying your League of Legends Japan League experience. It's a new season of LJL, a lot of new teams, new players, new faces, hopefully a lot of new fans. So for Ozone Rampage, they come out as a team who for the longest time when League of Legends was just starting to form in Japan, watching as they go through this early invade, last auto attack takes down the ward. Ozone Rampage were kind of the contemporaries of Detonation Focus Me, and they kind of traded first and second spots for a while until Rascal Jester came in and just started dominating people out of nowhere. They were just like, wow, who are these guys? Why are they winning tournaments? And they actually placed, I think, second to Detonation Focus Me in a couple of their first JCG and LJL run events. So for this game, particularly, this is sort of the new face of Ozone Rampage. Ozone Rampage version 2. And they're facing off against a very new face in and of itself, Rabbit 5, a team that was sort of formed last season at the beginning of LJL Season 1. They were around slightly before that, but they were the sister team to Focus Me. And under the Detonation organization, Rabbit 5 and Focus Me controlled the top two spots just about everywhere they played. And for Rabbit 5 to have not changed their roster drastically, I mean, Rainbrain is a big brain in the jungle, and we'll definitely keep an eye on him. But Rabbit 5 are just so good. Every single role, particularly Zerost. If you don't know how to play AD carry, or if you do and you want to learn from somebody, Zerost, even though he's in a developing region, is just an outstanding player. As far as AD carries go, him versus Mero Meron has to be your featured matchup, no matter what lane or champion or player or team you like. Those guys are going to go nuts this game, and it's going to be exciting to watch them. And particularly the Corki pick here from Mero Meron, not necessarily very meta. You don't really see too many Corkis outside of the mid lane. And even mid lane Corki is not something that we've seen too much of. The poke-based team compositions are not something that survived very well over the course of the changing meta. Just because Cinderhulk as an item was so strong in the jungle that if you picked poke champions, you rapidly ran into a problem where the junglers would get so tanky that they could just stand in front of your poke, take it, and it wouldn't really be all that effective. Wow, double phosphorus bomb there for Mero Meron, definitely putting the pressure down on the bottom lane. Keeping an eye on both bottom lane and, of course, the rest of the map. I do want to go ahead and turn this up maybe just a little bit. For Ozone Rampage, I would expect to see maybe an initial advantage for Mero Meron and Dara, but of course the wave clear from Zeros on Sivers shouldn't be anything that, well, basically any champion could deal with. And while there is pressure on now, you should see that relieved as soon as Zeros gets a couple of points into Ricochet. Now, Dode on the top half of the map is going for a very full clear of his jungle. He's going to kill every single camp in the jungle, plus the Scuttle Crab. So he is farming like a monster at this point. He's taken down, like I said, every single camp in his jungle is down. Krug's just now respawning, and he's going for blue buff. So, Dode with a fuller clear. Actually going to be really interesting to see whether or not he decides to stay in the jungle and go for a gank or head back to base. He's relatively high on HP. couple of decisions to make. Haven't really talked about the mid lane matchup. It should just be wave clear with some moderate harass from Estelle. Not having too many problems dodging out against Tay's bouncing bombs. For now, see if that keeps up, as it does require continual vigilance. You can see Bomb and Poison both hitting at the same time, so really even lane here in the mid. I would expect Estelle to maybe have a slight advantage, but versus Ziggs, even if he gets behind, should just be able to wave clear things out and take the game, at least to mid lane, or mid game. Getting an in-depth view, a miss on the cannon minion there for Tay. That's gotta hurt. And continual poison being landed by Estelle. That's actually really impressive to see him hit so much sustain in that lane. Already up to 70 stacks of poison, and we're only 5 minutes into the game. That's actually really ahead of schedule. And what matters so much about stacking your poison super early is that as soon as you get 100 stacks, you start to have lane sustain that your opponents usually don't. So definitely something to watch out on. Top lane we haven't really talked about. It's been just AFK wave clear over and over again. Muse using all that sustain and of course the cloth armor start from having done a camp earlier. Say, look, I can't really fight you early, but I can build enough tank stats to where I can get those Ninja Tabi home guarded back up to the top lane faster than you can deal damage to me. And a Doran's shield start from Yuta. That's actually really interesting because I wouldn't have expected necessarily Yuta to come out with a Doran's shield, although we have been seeing more Doran's shields from other regions. Here comes Dode though. Ignite down onto Yuta. If he gets sniped over the wall, oh my gosh, he got the Q! Dode with a big play under turret. Coming up huge. This is his first game with Ozone Rampage in this LJL season, and he's making massive plays like that. He probably didn't need to flash, but he had to get vision to know where the opponent was. He flashes, immediately gets vision, throws out the Q, and is able to make that sick dive happen. Wow, what a play. Gotta say, already starting to be a big fan. And Dode and Dara, definitely players to keep an eye on. But more than that, I want to watch Mero Meron. Something interesting happened towards the end of that season. And that was Mero Meron actually got, I believe he got Challenger on both North America and the Korean server. And for a Japanese player, that's actually fairly unheard of just because it is a developing region. You don't expect them to be able to compete so well with the rest of the world. And Mero Meron just said, you know, what's up, son? I can do it if I put my mind to it. And I did. And it was very impressive. But unfortunately, like I said, Ozone Rampage didn't really have that great of a season. And so it was a little bit unfortunate to watch such an outstanding player like Mero Meron on a team that just didn't match his individual play. So I'm actually really excited. Coming into this season, a lot of redemption there needed. So Mero Meron and Dara trying to fight this Awaker. Zeros lane, and anytime you go up against a player like Zeros, you have to know that you respect him instantly in lane. Now, ooh, Dara, a little bit of roast. Oh, he walked out of the bush. He's going to take a little bit of harass, but should be able to go back to base, even though that recall will be somewhat delayed. Taking stock of exactly what we're watching here, Dara will stay at the turret to absorb the experience and maybe a little bit of CS at the turret. But the big recall here for Mero Meron, he's playing this a little bit more defensively with a Phage start instead of going Sheen for the extra damage. I would have liked to see Sheen. I think that's a little bit more characteristic. But for Zeros, he's came back with a pickaxe, so he's already looking for this like early game commitment. He also bought double Doran's blades, which is something you don't really see out of very many other regions. For AD carries, at least internationally, usually you can stay in lane for a pickaxe or whoa, bounce on in. There's the crunch from Yuta. Nara up against the turret. That's actually a fear outwards. The onslaught of shadows being used defensively there after Yuta really well played. Getting the Gnar back under turret onto a Muse. At least for the time being, things kind of calming down. Dode thinking about the red buff steal. He actually doesn't go for it. Instead, he's going to look towards the top lane. He's being pinged to go in here on a Yuta. Will he land the Q? Nope, hopped away from. I think he just wants to go back down and pick up a red buff, but might decide to gank mid. Estelle is playing very aggressively, and to be fair, he does have his flanks heavily warded, like 2 or 3 wards and Rain Brain there in the area. So good job by Estelle to say, look, I've got my protection in place. I can afford to play a bully role in this matchup, and he can even actually walk down to Dragon if he wants to help the rest of Rabbit 5 take down that first global objective of the game. And here, 9.5 minutes in, it's going down very slowly, but it is going down, and especially now that Estelle has come to help out. Dragon getting it focused and taken down. Movement around the mid lane as Zig starts the roam up towards top lane. But decides against it, just starts, I think that was actually more of a ward dropping expedition. It is a ward that will scout out any impending jungle ganks from the top half of the map. But it's actually Dode coming in that's making a bigger impact, forcing Estelle to walk back towards the bottom side. Maybe indicating that Rain Brain's down there. He is, but that might be something that Tay can maybe take as a little bit of a knowledge thing. Ozone Rampage coming into this, like I said, a team that has had their time in the limelight, but haven't necessarily been there for a while. When they gave a message to their fans before their debut here in LJL Season 2, they wanted to say that their motivation had been greatly increased thanks to participation from the 2 players from Chunam Techno University, and so that their training environment was a lot better, and that this season they're aiming for victory with strength that they didn't have before. So they said that they would like to work hard and give the viewers a little bit more of an entertaining LJL match to watch. So I'm looking for some of that entertainment. I saw 7th Heaven, and I guess you could say that game was entertaining, but unfortunately not quite a match for Detonation Focus Me. So now Rabbit 5, the ex-Detonation organization, down 1 kill, but keep in mind that 1 kill was Dode putting out some monster skills in the top lane. Estelle doing a really good job holding his own in this lane. He's up 10 CS. He's been ganked so many times and still hasn't died or really had to blow his flash or ghost either. And with impending ganks coming in, we got a 3-man gank squad closing in onto Tay. Unfortunately, nice pinks onto the pink ward saying, look, that is warded out. It's something to watch out for. And really no ganks possible here in the mid lane, even though Awaker is going to be looking for one. Puts down a regular ward, but knows there's a pink in the bush now, so should be able to clear that out once Dode recalls. Rainbrain trying to get in for some ward clear, but really interesting to watch the very careful dynamic that we see in the mid lane between roaming supports and junglers just trying to keep their AD carry safe. Zero's forced to ult away as Meron gonna go in. Look at the home guard from Amuse. Dives back in, gets the fear back outwards. There's the alley-oop from Dara, and it's Doge sniping away another kill with a nice sonic wave. A big ult over the wall though from Rainbrain. Rabbit 5 firing back, and it's actually Amuse that will go down. Here comes Estelle, lands the poison on the Meron, takes him down with the Twin Fangs, and look at the poison already in the fight. A big Mega Inferno Bomb from Tay, and it's Rabbit 5 that closed everything down. Tay coming in, not even a factor. Mega Inferno Bomb, might have called that Mini Inferno Bomb. Didn't deal the damage he needed it to, and Rabbit 5 turned that fight around in the biggest way I've seen from them in a very long time. And to be fair, it has been a very long time since I've seen them, but man, Rabbit 5, perfect flank in there, and really Estelle, he got perfect poison on a Meron, who wasn't watching for the micro away from that Noxious Blast, got hit by it, and got the poison things afterwards. Let's go ahead and watch a quick instant replay. Watch Meron, you can see he's back in the back poking things out. This dive from Amuse was actually picture perfect, but here comes Estelle through the mid lane. As soon as he gets into the fight, everything goes terribly. Rainbrain Rain. Lands a 4-man Glacial Prism. And here's Estelle. Flash, poison onto Corki. Mero doesn't even stand a chance. And from now on, even though that was actually a really good Mega Inferno Bomb, wasn't enough HP or damage left in the fight. Rain Brain with a sick ult. And Estelle coming out with a big follow-up. Flash and Ghost used, so maybe more vulnerable in lane. But what a team fight for Rabbit 5. Keeping an eye on the bottom lane. Mero on Valkyrie back away. There's a kickback from Dode, who picks up his 3rd kill of the game. Man, Dode, so impressive. Has every single one of Ozone Rampage's kills and deserves almost every one of them. He's made sick plays top lane, mid lane, bottom, every single place he's gone. Has resulted in these just spontaneous combustion of the enemy players. And while yes, Estelle, a hyper-scaling mid lane champion, 2 kills already early on and ahead in CS versus Ziggs, exactly where he wants to be, but just carrying in varying different ways. Tay walking around the corner, Dode there for bodyguard duty. They find a Waker here. Dode actually decides to go into this. He knows he's got Safeguard backwards, and more importantly, there's a Muse closing in from behind. Sonic Wave hits. Does he go in? Lee Syndrome pulls him in top, but look at Estelle. He's closing it back with a big petrifying gaze, and nothing else coming out of that. So crisis averted. No deaths after all of those ults being used, but at the end of the day, it's can they clear the mid lane? Ozone Rampage may have a little bit of an advantage now that Meron's there, and so Rabbit 5 will break off for now. So I'm thinking to myself, when you go into a big team fight there in the jungle, obviously area of effect damage is super impactful. So it took a lot of guts for Ozone Rampage to kind of fight that, even though they knew that they had Ziggs there. They knew they were walking into Estelle, and so that's why Amuse was forced to ult defensively backwards. And by and large, Ozone Rampage were actually ready for that, so kind of impressive to see the reaction there, but overall, not all that to come out of the mid lane. No turrets to be taken, no harass being put down. Talk about advantages across the map. There's a 20 CS advantage for Zeros, but of course right back around in the top lane, 20 CS advantage for Amuse as well. And that's even after having teleported so incredibly effectively early on. But now Dragon number 2 for Rabbit 5 is underway, and it doesn't look like Ozone Rampage want to contest. Instead, they're looking towards the mid lane to try to pressure that turret, but they won't be able to push that mid lane in time. Tay throwing out some minefields, but won't be impactful at stopping that. And so Rabbit 5 get a Dragon, and Ozone Rampage get a Raptor Camp steal. So maybe not quite the trades that they were looking for. Rabbit 5, the second place team from last season, having some struggles dealing with this early Dode pressure. He's going in for the red buff steal, and unfortunately can't take that one away. Might go for a Krug steal instead, but instead he's just looking for the top lane gank on Ayuda. Will he be pushed away from? Do they signal the go button or not? No. It's the no button as they see Rainbrain making his way up top, knowing that he could turn that top lane around in a very, very big way. So now Dara, you're not in the bush, man. Dara just walks right outside the bush and stands where the minions can see him. He's just like, I'm here. Moral support. Meron. Very low on mana. Waiting, stopping, staying. Gets sniped out by the scrying orb. We'll be able to wave clear this relatively effectively, but has been delayed going back to base. Now, big power spike for Corki in that he's got his Trinity Force right now. So, Trinity Force, and the bouncing bomb just goes right over. Big power spike for Meron. If he wants to go try to force an objective, not that there really are any up, maybe the mid lane turret, a pretty good one as ever, but here comes the go button. Zeros trying to slingshot underneath the turret, the flash, the pulverize, headbutt, back away, it's Tay. Mega Inferno Bomb down, but no counter to that dive. Awaker didn't even ult. He flashed in, headbutt pulverized, or pulverized headbutted, and is still able to make it out alive. Now, if they want to go for another dive here with this minion wave coming in, Awaker has an ultimate. He can go for this dive. Might be what they're looking for. Waker positioning aggressively. Dara there towards the front. Stand beside me backwards, and Rabbit 5 disengage. Dode off to the side, but maybe a little bit behind enemy lines. Of course, he's behind his own lines, but they may be full of enemy champions as Rabbit 5 rotate through his jungle to take down that second tier mid turret. First second tier turret of the game. They will take it down and steal this red buff away. So not happy about having their red stolen earlier. Rabbit 5 take the red, but now, Estelle, counter flash to flash, and Dode will get the kick onto Rainbrain, but Dode very, very low, and Estelle able to put down a lot of poison damage. There's the dive in from Amuse. Look at Amuse on the back line, crushing everybody. Gets 1 kill, gets 2. It's a shutdown there by Meron. Amuse, though, will die to Moyashi. We will take him down just at the very end. Zeros trying to kite forward. He's got the boomerang blade. Well, he gets the crits, and he will. Summoner heal from Zeros, trying to keep him alive. Tay flash over the wall. He should be safe for now. Walking back, taking the long road. A nice bounce backwards from that explosive. Will keep him safe, but at the end of the day, it's a 4-for-2 exchange and another huge team fight for Rabbit 5. I hate the Nar recall animation. He's just like so cute. He's got his little dino onesie and he's like bobbing back and forth. And then he goes back to base and buys a frozen mallet. You can see that evil gleam in his eye. He's like, if I hit you, you can't run away. It's kind of like the opposite of Warwick. Warwick says it's more fun when they run, and Nar just doesn't want them to run at all. Frozen Mallet being purchased, and even though he's down about 30 CS in his lane matchup, the Frozen Mallet is really just such a good item. Adding CC to every auto attack, minor slow there, the 30%, but the bigger deal is that it means that in the 1v1 matchup, if at any point he is ahead, he can force that fight, and Waker walking through the minefield. Phosphorus bomb landing, and that's actually a Waker going down. Valkyrie out from underneath the turret, but look at the backline getting shredded there. Rabbit 5, they can't keep anyone alive. Rainbrain trying to escape, and he will, but what a dive. 2 for 0. Ozone Rampage pile through the mid lane. Not enough minions left to continue the push. Of course, Zeros and Moriyashi there to defend. But what a dive. Ozone Rampage. They're not playing like they're behind at all. Now only down about 2,000 gold. Amuse pretty low, down to half HP, and he'll run his way back away from Moyashi. As far as stats go for this game, none for this season just yet, but for last season, it was Amuse who actually took a really, really big part of Ozone Rampage's successes. And while they may have been few and far between, when they did win, it was because Amuse got super, super fed. So I'm actually really excited to see how they're going to work out, because for Ozone Rampage this season, like I said, they have a lot to prove. Here in Season 2, they brought in new Korean players that have an incredibly extended lineup. And one thing I did want to check with, oh no, a big kick over the wall is still Mega Inferno Bomb and Meron there to CC him down, take him out, and even though the Petrifying Gaze did land, look at this fight for Ozone Rampage. A double kill and Dode still going in on a Waker sets up the kill for Amuse. And now while they will not be able to dive, a 3 for 0 exchange. What a pick, what an engage by Dode. Dode there, Amuse for the counterplay, and Dara with the sick Glacial Fissure. I hope they get an instant replay of this fight, because I actually want to watch that in slow motion once again. They will disengage for the Dragon as Ozone look to take it down. Probably not a whole lot of counterplay as Rabbit 5 come limping out of their base. Dragon will go over to Ozone. It's their first Dragon of the game. Dode clearing out some wards and just trying to keep an eye on not only on the other enemy jungle. You can see all those blue wards up and down the mid lane. Great ward coverage from Ozone Rampage as they've gone through even fights. As they're going through the fight, they still pick up or put down wards. But now they're actually putting focus on clearing out ward coverage in their own jungle. So only one more left to find there, and it does look like Dara might scout it out. Rainbrain looking to kill a ward of his own. Not sure where that was going. Gets the auto attack, so they might get the concussive blows on Awaker, but he's out of there. A little bit of poison landing, giving some more stacks to Estelle. And at this point, Estelle, we saw him crush the early game, went 3-1 in the lane phase. And then after that, kind of hasn't done a whole lot. He's really feeling the mortality that being an immobile mid laner shares with itself. Rabbit 5 clearing out the wards that they know are up, but they can't clear the Scuttle Crab. It'll continue to give vision for just a little bit longer. Oh, what's kind of interesting about this match for Rainbrain is that Rainbrain actually used to be the former top laner for Ozone Rampage, like way back in the day. He actually left that team to join a team called Peach Server All-Stars, and then Peach Server All-Stars eventually became Rascal Jester. So Rainbrain went from Ozone to Rascal Jester, and now he's actually playing on Rabbit 5, so he's been around for a very long time, and we're about to see the team fight start up. Dara absorbs the entire Rainbrain ult, and while he may die, he might have just helped his team out in a very big way. His death means no ult to follow up, and while they lose one player, Rabbit 5, what can they get out of this? It looks like they're tunneling towards the bottom lane second tier turret. But Ozone Rampage is just pushing up mid. Oh my gosh, they're going to go for a base raise. But this is not one that Rabbit 5 can win. They're not in range to kill this turret. Mero is actually headed up towards the top lane. They're going to try to take down 2 turrets at once with Amuse still pushing mid. What pressure, and Rampage just completely outpositions Rabbit 5. Rabbit 5 killed off their support, but now Rampage are going to kill off their second tier top lane turret. Beautiful rotation there, and they'll take it down to put themselves actually ahead in turrets. For the first time this game, 5-4, and Rampage on a rampage there, taking out turret after turret. It was all planned. That was Dara saying, look, sacrifice me, they'll overcommit to bottom lane, and then we'll go for top lane. Brilliant. But in all reality, just really good decision making, shot calling on point there for Rampage. Immediately clicking on the top lane. They wanted to push mid, but didn't have really the minion wave in range. But top lane, it's all about that wave management. And you're like, hey, I wish I could push that. Wait, what's that? There's a minion wave there? Let's go take it down. That's exactly what they did. Top lane, no more outer turrets, and actually with only one remaining in the bottom half of the map, this game is actually ridiculously close. 10-10. When you look at the gold counts, there's only a slight 1,000 gold lead for Rampage. And keep in mind, this is a matchup that Rabbit 5, at least before this season, would have been very favored in, given that Ozone Rampage did not have necessarily the strongest season in Season 1. Rabbit 5, they led the season for most of that, and now here in Season 2, the times they are changing, with Dode having incredible early game jungle prowess and snowballing that into what is now a mid-game advantage, at least in a lot of the different roles. 3-2 there for Mero. He's already got Blade of the Ruined King as his second item. He's going a much different route than most traditional AD carries. Of course, Corki is not traditional AD carry. Now, Ozone starting this Baron maybe a little bit aggressive. Dara tanked down to about a half HP. Ozone back off for now, but what will they give up? And the answer is probably a little bit of pressure in the mid lane. There is a pretty huge wave coming their way. Dode will deny this wolf camp. He might actually even want to smite the big wolf so that it provides a wolf spirit to scout this top jungle for Ozone Rampage. The biggest thing, of course, is the Baron area and securing at least pressure, if not vision control. Trying to make a decision here. Rabbit 5. Disengage to Ozone Rampage, who every single time Rapid 5 try something. Oh no, Moriyashi gets that Frozen Mallet. There's the Hyper Procs on Maron, chunks him back down. Teleport's coming in. Rain Brain, he goes in, but he doesn't have the team with him. And Rain Brain over the wall will die. Not enough of a committal there for Estelle. He's gonna get feared. Estelle is dead to the hop in from Dode. And now Awaker is gonna go down to Meron in the back line. It's a 3-for-0 exchange, and Ozone Rampage crush yet another team fight. Dara very low, trying to take down Zeros. It's Amuse. He's gonna slam him into the inhibitor. And Amuse takes down Zeros in a 14-10 performance. Dode very low, and he is back to base. Oh, now Moyashi. Meganar gives him some health, but he cannot stop that first inhibitor from going down at the 30-minute mark to Ozone Rampage. I can't give enough congratulations there to Dode. He was starting these fights out with an incredible... And wait, okay, look at this Lee Sin build. I don't know if this is a standard build from Dode, but he's picked up a Zeke's Herald. I don't know if you guys have seen a Zeke's Herald for a while. Usually you pick it up to help your AD carry do better, and usually you'll only buy it if you can have multiple champions who benefit off of that, which usually means you have an AD-centric mid lane or something like Zed. You'd buy a Zeke's Herald, or actually not Zed, maybe if you have like an Ezreal mid laner. Okay, Ezreal, he's an AD carry, so he's going to benefit from both the AD and the lifesteal. I guess technically Zed would too. Used to give attack speed. Way back in the day. Back in my day, Zeke's Herald gave attack speed. It was also called... Oh, what was Zeke's Herald called? If I'm mistaken, it used to be called something else. I can't exactly remember what it was, but I'll keep thinking about that. Red buff, rather, being stolen away by Ozone Rampage. They will push Rapid 5 back. It used to be called Stark's Fervor. Thank you very much for that. So Stark's Fervor, man, I remember back in the... That is so cool. It gave you attack speed and lifesteal, if I'm remembering correctly. But for Zeke's Herald, actually really interesting. I'm talking about it too much, but it's just a cool item to see out there. It gives you cooldown reduction, gives you lifesteal, and some extra AD and an area of effect. There's a free Baron buff taken by Ozone Rampage. Awaker gonna get caught out. He's starting his ult timer off. 7 seconds left on that. And probably like 2 or 3. He'll get out alive. But no, now no ultimate if they want to engage. Dode tries for the Q. Rapid 5 trying to disengage. Here comes Amuse. Gets slowed out there. Big Mega Inferno Bomb. There's Meron off to the side. A nice pulverize, but it's going to mean one death. Blade of the Ruined King there. Used onto Rain Brain. A huge 4-man Glacial Prison. Stops that fight from continuing. Dode on the chase, looking for Sonic Wave. Hits it onto Rain Brain. Does he have the Insect? He's gonna go for it. No, it kicks him back away, just looking for damage. Dode, though, will overcommit. Almost dies, and he will just barely survive. How Dode lived there is remarkable. But not quite as remarkable as Ozone Rampage. They take the Baron, they get 2 kills, they push the Super Minion Wave into the base. And wow, what a time to be alive if you're an Ozone Rampage fan. Starting off this season with a win versus Rapid 5 puts you in contention for the top half of the scoreboard. And Rapid 5 with a loss, that would actually be one of the more surprising results from tonight. Rain Brain in the jungle. Like I said, coming in as a new jungler, or a newer jungler for Rapid 5. A team that, keep in mind, like, isn't expected to lose lanes that they are losing. You look towards the bottom lane specifically. Zeros, a monster of an AD carry, and Meron, complete with now a new support. Dara coming in as, okay, I'm not sure what we're looking at. I think we're checking out the ward coverage out there all over the map. Tons of wards. Metric tons, which are actually bigger, or I guess heavier, more mass than regular tons. Lots and lots of wards. That's the point I'm trying to make, and apparently the point that the observers were trying to make with that camera movement. Rapid 5 eggs in one basket, and that basket is a bush bait. Isn't gonna pay off. So push down the mid lane, and good job by Ozone Rampage to stay together. They are pushing a little bit without the rest of their team, but have tons of ward coverage, lots of vision to see exactly what they're dealing with. Awaker trying to clear out some of that ward coverage, but that's like, I don't know, a teaspoon in an ocean. You're just like, well, let me get a teaspoon of this out, and now the ocean's lower. Well, technically, yes, but it's still an ocean, and an ocean of wards out there to see exactly what's going on. Ozone Rampage setting up very well. Now they have Baron buffed minions pushing into this turret. That means a cannon minion that is out of range of most of this. They're just going to let the cannon minion go to town. It's already chunked through that second tier turret shield. Or at least the equivalent amount of HP that it would have blocked. Amuse, meanwhile, in the top lane. This is such a good siege by Ozone Rampage. They're playing this so intelligently. They split push top lane in a 4v1. Now they're going to be able to leverage some damage onto this turret. But look at Rainbraid. He's moving forward, looking for an ult. No Glacial Prison to come out just yet. In the meantime, a turret taken down by Amuse. Moyashi couldn't keep him off that turret in time. No Black Cleaver is actually a big deal for Moyashi's Gnar because he didn't have a strong enough lane phase to be able to leverage that advantage. Now Amuse is just so safe. Teleport available. He's teleporting in. Where's the ward he's TPing to? Oh, it's actually behind, but here he comes from behind. Amuse not able to get a big enough engage, but look at the dive through the fight. Dara protecting Meromeron perfectly. QSS being used in there, and Meromeron just free hitting from the backline. A Rampage after he takes out Rainbraid. A big petrifying gaze back, but it's not enough to stop this. We're not stopping playing now. We got a fight to talk about as Estelle kites backwards towards his base. Amuse, though, will fall here. Dara flashing forward. Did he just overcommit a little bit? I think Dara might have actually just died by flashing in over aggressively and diving inside the base. An overcommittal by Ozone Rampage, and they'll wind up losing that fight, even though they take down a second tier turret. At the end of the game, it still dies. But so do 3 champions on Ozone Rampage, and that gives a lot of much-needed gold and kills over to Rabbit 5 that now they may use to come back from. Meromeron finding the Valkyrie. He's gonna 1v1. Awaker gets caught out. Support versus AD carry. Granted, it was Tay that kind of stole the kill there towards the end. But Meromeron comes up with a big kill. I saw him QSS and I was like, wait, where did he get that QSS from? And then I realized he's actually ridiculously fed. 5-2-11. Strongest score on his team. Now, on the other side, Zeros may not have quite as much presence in these team fights, but he's doing quite as just as well. 5-2-5, and he's got, what is that, a 50 CS, 60 CS advantage. Wow, how to count with rapid casting, not a class you should ever take. So Zeros, huge CS lead. He's a monster right now. 4 completed items of his own. He's actually ahead in damage of Meromeron. I was actually kind of surprised to see that. Started to say, where did Meromeron get all the items? But just incredible play here by Zeros. He's got such a huge CS differential. I want to say that's the biggest CS difference in the game, and it actually is. Zeros just farming like a monster. Like I said, trying to carry his team as hard as he can, but it's more been about these big engages with either Dode finding huge picks off of crazy insect kicks or Amuse finding big flanks to engage off of. And oh no, oh, giving up. Not the ghost. They let the cat out of the bag. That's the analogy I was looking for. Blue buff stolen away there by Tay, and Dragon up in not soon. All right, I think they were waiting for it, and they don't have the timer. Awaker once again, maybe a little bit far forward. Getting a slow off of the Righteous Glory. Ult proc. Teleport coming in. Rabbit 5. They will get Moyashi there. Nice Glacial Prison and the slow will force that on the hunt for the disengage. Rabbit 5 running for the hills. Running for their lives. As the song goes. Back and forth, back and forth. Q lands on to Moyashi. Man, look at that rocket damage. Ridiculous. For Meromeron, he's looking for an Infinity Edge as his next item, I believe. Moyashi, is he going to go for it? Sonic Wave and the Resonating Strike to follow up. Moyashi not kicked just yet, but look at the big engage from Estelle. He's putting down tons of damage, but a Mega Inferno Bomb puts the damage on the backline. Big engage there, and Yuta with a nice Gnar ult backwards. Tay there has so much Bouncing Bomb damage. Look at it go. Moyashi going to die there. Zero's trying to carry from the backline, but he doesn't have a team left to carry. splashing over the wall. Zeros may very well get back alive, but it's an open base. A double kill there for Tay. Nobody focused Tay. They looked at Tay and was like, is this guy a minion? He's just walking around. And he's like, by the way, I got tons of damage there. 4, 1, and 10. Double needlessly large rod items completed. And while the lack of a Void Staff was actually pretty pronounced in that fight, he had so much damage that it just didn't matter. And now not 1, but 2 inhibitors. A huge teamfight win from Ozone Rampage. And they are rampaging through one of the top teams from LJL Season 2, or Season 1. Season 2 is a whole new story. Rampage carrying, and there's the Void Staff I was talking about previously. For Tay, means that there is very little that is going to stop his damage from being incredibly effective. And while Rabbit5 did a great job at sort of forcing Ozone Rampage to kite around right into that Cassiopeia ult, Estelle hit a beautiful ult to start that fight, but unfortunately they grouped up, and oh, now Dara might be the recipient of way too much damage coming his way. He's actually ridiculously tanky. Zeros can't kill him quickly enough. That means that Dara takes all those ults and more to push him back, but Ozone Rampage are not going to give this Baron up without a fight. Tons of damage there from Estelle in the back. Nice spell shield on the Sonic Wave. Don't still has a kick. He's going to kick Estelle. He gets kicked back over the wall. He's dying to ignite. The Sonic Wave for the snipe, and Dode kills him. And look at Rampage. They are rampaging through this fight. Sonic Wave back over Dode. Monstering up this fight with a double kill, and he might even find a triple here on Moyashi. Going in, it's an ace picked up there by Tay, and probably a Baron buff to follow. If they want, there are super minions in the base. They could just teleport in for the win. They're 30-second death timers. Amuse charges into the Nexus turret. You gotta take some minions there with you. Waiting for the rest of his team. 30 seconds to win the game. Something tells me Ozone Rampage might just have done it. Season 2, a brand new season, a whole new start for Rampage, and they are looking to take out the former second place team. Season number 1 doesn't matter anymore. It's Season 2, and it's Ozone Rampage in 41 minutes to take out Rabbit5. At this point in time, I would like to welcome back my friend Cameron Shirakaisen Gilbert to provide some quick translations as we close out today's games. So first, a look into what Eyes and Revel are commenting on after that game, and of course possibly a closing ceremony as well.
Yeah, right now they're just talking about how they felt like that game was very typical of Ozone Rampage's style, and how strong they've gotten now. And now they're looking at the damage stats, which they do after every game.
Yeah,
it's very. They're saying it's very stable. They played a very stable game.
Which, if you've watched Ozone Rampage games before, is not necessarily something that could always be said of them. But when you have Carry is carrying Mero Maron, a big score that they're showing there on the screen, really, really good game by him.
They're saying that right now the one of the big key points was the way they approached the dragon. Their movements to take the advantage in starting dragon fights was really well done. And now we're even more excited for the second season of the LJL than we were before. It seemed in the second match that Saros was really able to put into practice the experience that he got at the IWCI, and that the new jungler for FM was really, really incredible. It was a really fun day. Next up, we've got an interview coming up with some of the players. just please look forward to that. And this is it for Revel and Eyes. Thank you very much for enjoying the Japanese cast if you watched it at all. And now we're going into the interview. We're going to have Amuse and Dode. Thank you very much, and congratulations on your victory. First up, Amuse. At first, Rabbit 5 really pushed hard on the match, but you guys were able to turn it around. How were you able to do that? Amuse says that they always felt like they could win, so they just kept talking it out. And they were able to make it happen. Your Hecarim was really impressive with the ults. Have you been practicing that this whole time? It's the champion that I'm using the most right now in solo queue. And I think it's the one I have the most confidence with. And I'm really glad I was able to do well. He thought it would be banned, so he was glad he was able to pick it. He was able to play it perfectly, he says. How long has it been since you joined Ozone Rampage? It's been about 2 to 3 weeks. What's your impression of the team so far? They all they all have fun and they kind of play pranks. He thinks that they'll be able to really grow from here and that they can play really strong. That was about Amuse. And now Amuse is going to describe Dode. He thinks that they get along really well in matches. We're going to get a comment about next week's match from each player, so we're starting with Amuse. We'll win again, and we'll win them all. I want to show really fun matches for you guys from here on out, so please continue to cheer for us. This has been Amuse and Dode from Ozone Rampage. Thank you very much. And now we're going to go back to the main stage. This is the end of LJL Season 1, or LJL Season 2, 2015's first week. Thank you very much for attending. They've been really exciting, really fun matches. Thank you very much. This has been the first round, but there's 9 more matches to go. These players are all in it to win every single match. They're here for the championship, so only one team can win. And there will be times when you'll have to choke back your tears, but This is not a game that you can clear easily, so please, everyone, aim for the championship, give it all you've got, and don't surrender, and aim for the top. Round 2 will be next week. And thank you very much, everybody who came and attended in person for attending such a long tournament. And after this, we're going to have a rock, paper, scissors tournament at Esports Square, so please enjoy that and have fun. And online, thank you to everybody who won, or watched. And let's continue to cheer on everybody. And we're going to cheer 3, 2, 1, Demacia. And we'll see you next week. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
That is going to do it for our show here this evening. So I do want to thank everyone who came out and watched. Once again, thank you very much to our wonderful translator, Cameron Shirakaisen Gilbert. Without him, wouldn't have been able to hear what these players and teams are saying. So I do want to give a big shout out to him for providing translation. And of course, a big shout out to everyone at Esports Squared for producing and providing this LJL broadcast for us all to enjoy. Big shout outs to the teams and the players, but also to the viewers. If you've been with us tonight, make sure to let us know. You can tweet at official_LJL on Twitter and let them know what you thought about tonight's games. And of course, make sure to tune in next week. We'll be back for week 2 of LJL Season 2 coming your way. Thank you so much. And so on behalf of myself and everyone involved in the LJL International broadcast, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week.